wasn't gonna be here today. Yeah. I got you.
He got out.
Okay, so this is too long.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. You might start so they come in. Everybody. All rise. Superior Court of Fulton County, Atlanta Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Ural Glanville is presiding. Court will now come to order.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. We're back on the record in the matter of Sage River versus Playback Ural on 22 SC 183-572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Watson, Mr. Sharp, good morning. Good morning. Mr. Williams, Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Nard, good morning. All right. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Weinstein, good morning. Good morning. Mr. Ewing, Mr. Matthews, Senior, good morning. Good morning, sir. All right. Mr. Nichols and Ms. Westmoreland, Mr. Harvey, good morning. Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams, good morning. Oh, is he hiding? Chief is leaving on the corner again? Okay, all right. Mr. Gardner, good morning, sir. Didn't see you, I apologize. All right, Mr. Smith and Brown, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Atkins, and Ms. Love, good morning. Good morning. All right. All of your presence.
Yes, sir.
And then you take up for a call and adjourn.
Nothing to say. Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chief.
We just have another few minutes. We are trying to orient all the times and with the redaction, so we got sideways, and I apologize, but I thought we'd be done. So I don't do it in front of the jurors, because I can have the exact pinpoint on the recordings that are in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize, sir.
Your Honor, how will we?
I was going to talk to you, Mr. Adams. You know, Mr. Adams, come on up. started, okay? Yeah, we're ready. All right, okay. All right, man, go ahead, summarize your piece. You're welcome. Is Mr. Bean out in the hall?
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Jordan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed.
All right, Deputy Ham, all jurors present, sir? All right. Mr. Bean, good morning.
Morning, sir.
You're still on the rough, okay?
Sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we're going to continue where we left off yesterday. All right, Mr. Steele?
Yesterday, we were talking about when I first met you and investigated Martin in front of your home on January 22nd, 2023. That's why I'd like to resume again, okay? And we were in Mr. Martin or Investigator Martin's vehicle, and I wanted to play for you 2 jail recordings, and I started and I played for you what's now marked, and you heard it, Mr. Williams exhibit number 205, a jail call between you and your wife. Do you remember that?
Oh, God.
And that jail call that's been played for this jury was made the morning after you were hit by the police car, taken to Grady Hospital, transported to the Fulton County Jail on September 11, 2013. Do you remember that?
I remember.
All right. And during that jail call, that I played for you, I asked you in the car in front of your home with Investigator Martin what you were talking about at different parts of that approximately 12-minute jail call. Do you remember that?
I remember the conversation.
Do you remember when I got to the part that states something to?
I'm going to object as to that's not an evidence. We don't have any recording of anything in front of this.
Okay, I stand objection.
Your Honor,
Just rephrase.
okay. Do you remember on the recording, you stated they gave us a story to tell? Do you remember that?
Which recording you talking about?
Mr. Williams, number 205.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm going to object as to.
I don't ask.
an answer.
Well-
I'll rule the objection.
I already answered that, but I don't recall.
I heard you say you don't.
I don't recall, so.
And do you remember telling Investigator Martin and me that you were directing it to knowing that law enforcement officers wanted you to put Jeffrey Williams in this case?
I don't recall. I answered it already.
All right. Do you remember then, while we were sitting in the designated areas that we were in Investigator Martin's vehicle?
Objection again, Your Honor, as to that's not an evidence.
I'll stand as a form, just rephrase as to where the designated areas.
Okay.
You could just rephrase that, please.
Yes, sir. Do you remember as you were in the back seat, I was in the front passenger seat, Investigator Martin was in the front driver's seat. Do you remember I wanted to play for you a second jail call?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object. If this is at the Kroger, it's not anywhere in this recording that we have, so I don't know what evidence he's referring to.
All right, I'm overrule the objection. Finish your question.
Do you recall that in front of your home in the car, Investigator Martin's vehicle, that I wanted to play for you a second jail recording but couldn't get it to play?
I don't remember the conversation.
Do you remember then the topic coming up, maybe we needed Wi-Fi for me to be able to play that recording, and then we were going to go to a nearby place in your area that would have Wi-Fi, and that's how we wound up at the Kroger. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the conversation.
Do you remember leaving Investigator Martin's car and we followed you to the Kroger?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember at the Kroger, I again, and I'm confident it was me, but I again couldn't download or get that second jail call to play? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
And do you remember then at the Kroger that Investigator Martin and I, when it wouldn't play, I told you that I would try to get it to you if I could get it to play. Do you remember that? It being the second jail call. And you were interested in hearing it. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember then being asked permission to record a summary of what went on?
Objection,
And what you said.
To the summary, there's nothing that suggests this is a summary.
I stand objection.
Do you remember being asked whether a recording could be made at the Kroger about this topic?
I don't remember the conversation.
And that was introduced, and you heard Mr. Williams, number 197. It's now exhibit 197 at the Kroger. You remember hearing that? That conversation with your voice, Mr. Martin's voice, my voice?
Yeah, I heard you play something. I heard y'all play a lot of stuff.
All right. Now, that's in evidence. So I want to go back, and I'm going to need, with the court's permission, the state's permission, the Honorable Prosecutor Hilton, if you could help me, I think it's 176 of the state. I want to go, and we're going to discuss some of the statements that you made. But if you need to clarify anything and you need other statements or whatever, just let us know. Or other recordings on the jail call or whatever. Do you remember the 17th day of, I believe it's a Tuesday, the 17th day of September 2013, being in the Fulton County Jail, being housed in the Fulton County Jail?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, while in the Fulton County Jail, you didn't want to be there, you wanted, which makes sense, you wanted to have freedom and be home with your family and friends and work. Is that true?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember, you know who Detective Quinn is?
I don't remember, sir.
All right. Do you remember a gentleman who identified himself as Detective Quinn having you brought down from your area in population at the Fulton County Jail to the, what's called the Sallyport, but it doesn't matter. It's an area where vehicles are for police can get in and out of a secured area at the Fulton County Jail. Do you remember meeting Detective Quinn in that area?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember Detective Quinn explaining to you that you and he are going to ride in his Taurus vehicle and him telling you where it is? Do you remember all that?
Your Honor,
You played it.
I'm going to object to the line of question asked and answer. This formed the basis for the playing of the entire
I sustain
text
objection.
176.
When you met with Detective Quinn, he read you your Miranda rights, true?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object, ask and answer. He played the tape.
Go ahead. Do you know what Miranda rights are? And if you don't, that's fine.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember being told that you have certain rights, like everybody, and you did not have to speak with him? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, objection, ask and answer. Direct,
I didn't ask it ever before.
Say again, I'm sorry.
I didn't ask that question ever before.
I'm over objection.
Do you recall?
What you say? Say it again.
That's fine. Do you remember waiving certain rights that you didn't have to speak with Detective Quinn? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
All right. But on the 17th day of September of 2013, you had an agenda. Is that fair to say?
objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, that's not in evidence. It's just wrong, improper
I'm going to
question.
sustain the questions to form. You can rephrase it, sir.
You wanted to meet with Detective Quinn to tell him information that you wanted him to know about this incident with Mr. Dotson or Dirty Red and the police officer and the driving the car slamming into the laundromat. You had an agenda. Is that true?
Objection, compound question.
I'm over objection. Answer the question.
I don't remember a conversation I had with Teddy Quinn.
And your agenda, if you had one,
I'm going to
was
object because he's
I'm
now.
sustaining this to form.
your goal was to get out of jail and to get your blood cousin I believe, Fred Prothro out of trouble and out of jail. Is that true?
No, sir. Me and Prethor is not kin. No kin, sir.
That's
He's
fine.
not my cousin.
Okay, let me ask it differently. Your goal, and I'll ask you two questions, was to help yourself out, your liberty, to get out of custody by speaking with Detective Quinn. That's one of your goals, right? On September 17, 2013. Is that true?
No, sir.
And your other goal was to assist Fred Prothro from being in trouble with criminality. Is that true?
I don't know.
Okay, so you went into this meeting with Detective Quinn, that's memorialized in State's Exhibit number 176, with a plan to mitigate, that's a bad word, to lessen.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
This is his state of mind at the time. To lessen any type of punishment or charges on you and Mr. Prothro, right?
I don't remember.
In fact, do you remember explaining to Detective Quinn at various parts of State's Exhibit Set 176, and we'll play them again, that you asked for, the word you used was slack for you and Big Fred or Mr. Prothro. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, sir. I mean, you can play it.
Okay.
Kokomo or somebody. I'll play it.
Okay, well, Mr. Kokomo, he will play it. All right. I would like to go through some of this then with you. If the state doesn't mind, and you may have to share with Mr. Kokomo at some point.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bean, I'm going to ask you with the Honorable President, District Attorney Hilton's assistance. You started out with being driven from the Fulton County Jail to the homicide office, not far away here in Atlanta. Do you remember that? And I'm talking, this is all about September 17, 2013.
As to the line of questions regarding the memory, asked and answered, he has said he doesn't remember.
Well, he didn't answer the question.
He can't, so.
Well, he can't anticipate, and he can, in my opinion, but I'll reserve that. I apologize.
I've already ruled on Mr. Steele. Let's move on, okay?
Let's start at time 716. And, oh, I apologize. Your Honor, this is already in evidence. This is state's number 176.
Okay, what time, sir?
71.
Know that. Doesn't have anything.
I messed up. The time is 7:16. Yes, sir. If you could listen to this, Mr.
Know that. As a matter of fact, charges on for me. But so that's what I wanted you to know before we even get started. So, your wife seems like a nice lady, though.
I'm straight up too. I'm 35 years. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself. I ain't
Go ahead.
to school.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I don't believe in lying. You know what I mean? That's why I went ahead and gave him my name, told him who I was. You know what I mean? Even though I knew I had fruit once.
But we're not going to talk.
Your Honor, it stopped at 7:34. Mr. Bean, do you hear your voice telling Detective Quinn, I don't believe in lying? Do you remember hearing that just now?
No, I don't know what I told him.
You didn't hear that?
I don't know what I told him.
All right. Then it's 14:17, if you don't mind.
Anything about
Drink.
some special investigations. The officer shooting his gun that I got called in as, I wouldn't even have been called.
Drink.
Your Honor, I apologize.
That's why I was letting them know. I really don't know what's going on.
Your Honor, it's now at 14. Well, wait a minute. Okay, it's going to be 14:17 approximately.
Up the screen to holler at this other dude. And next thing you know, he hop out the car and wild about 5 shots going everywhere. So I don't, you know what I mean? Just everything just happened so quick at one time where it just, you know, it just threw me all the way out. Too. I don't know what's going on. So I was thrown out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. That's why I was letting them know. I really don't know what's going on. Everything happened so quick.
Well, that's all I want is what you said. That I'm gonna tell you what they said. I'm talking about. I mean, just for the record, how many motherfuckers in the car?
That's 31. And by the way, I stopped it, but you answered that question 4. You answered the number 4. You said.
Question or testimony from Mr. Steele, let it play.
All right. So did you hear? That's why I'm letting them know that I don't really know what's going on. Everything happened so fast. Do you remember hearing that?
I heard it. I don't remember the conversation though.
And the them is from 6 days before when you spoke with law enforcement. True?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen a report of you speaking with law enforcement on the day of this incident, September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
Did you ever hear a recording of you speaking with law enforcement on September 11, 2013?
Say what now?
Did you ever hear a recording of you speaking with law enforcement on September 11, 2013?
So just when I got in this courtroom.
September 11th.
When I got in this courtroom.
So who showed that to you?
You said what?
I'm talking about when you spoke with the police.
You said it, I hear it.
Yeah, when you spoke with the police on September 11, 2013, you said at the hospital. Did you ever hear?
That's not an evidence.
It's in the recording of Mr. Williams' number.
I'm a sustained objection. You gotta kind of orient him to that bigger spot.
Do you remember explaining in Mr. Williams' number 205, exhibit number 205?
Is that the recording of Mr. Steele talking to Mr.?
Oh, it's 197. Sorry, Your Honor. Thank you. 197 at the Kroger. Do you remember explaining that at the hospital you spoke with law enforcement? I'm asking you, have you ever heard a recording of you and the detective or officers or whomever at that hospital?
This compound statement then question.
Your Honor.
Mr. Steele is testifying.
I sustained objection.
Your Honor, I am entitled to that recording,
Okay.
summary, report. I have nothing.
In terms of form, she's correct. So I'm gonna sustain the objection. So you are gonna have to break it down a little bit.
Have you ever heard a recording of your conversation with the authorities, whomever, at the hospital on September 11, 2013?
And Your Honor, that's where I'm going to object, because
Basis.
again,
What's the
this
base for you?
assumes facts that are not in evidence.
It's on, it's what
And,
Mr.
and Your Honor, I'm going to object because based on what Mr. Steele, the recording Mr. Steele provided me, that is not what is being said.
That is exactly what it
It
said.
is not.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, Mr. Bean just said it, 1417. That's why I was letting them know I really don't know what's going on.
He did not.
The them,
That's not the question asked.
it is the question. What I'm getting at is he spoke with the police before. I don't have anything from the district attorney's office or law
What
enforcement.
did I tell you about
I have nothing.
that? What did I tell you about that?
I'm asking the witness if he has heard anything, seen anything. That's my
Your Honor,
question.
he's assuming facts that are not in evidence.
I'm not assuming any fact.
I'm gonna
I'm
overrule-
asking.
I'll overrule that objection. You can ask him that. You can ask him that question.
Have you heard any recording from your meeting with the detectives, officers, whomever, from September 11, 2013?
I don't know.
Have you seen any report memorializing, that's a bad word, summarizing your conversation with law enforcement on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
All right. If you can help me. 1922. Thank you.
touch your injury. All right, brother. Take your time, take your time. Whoa, watch yourself. Let me know if I touch your injury. I know you got a few injuries. Okay, all right. I also want to, I got to make note of all your injuries. I want you to tell, I may have to take pictures of them too. Did they do that first day at Grady, or they didn't take pictures of them? I got to get a picture. All right, I'll take some more pictures of them. Because I want to be able to show, if you're saying what happened to you, I need.
It's 1957, Your Honor, stop. Mr. Bean, do you hear then Detective Quinn asking when you were taken on the first day to Grady whether photographs were taken of your injuries? And you said you don't know, you don't remember something.
I call here. I still don't remember the conversation.
All right. And Grady, do you know Grady is a hospital here in Atlanta? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, Grady. Hey, around the corner.
I couldn't hear you.
Grady's around the corner.
Okay. And that's where you were taken from the scene on September 11, 2013. You were taken by law enforcement to Grady Hospital. Is that true?
I don't remember.
All right. Okay. 40, if you don't mind, 4327.
No, it have a.
Come start firing some shots or something. Shots just go out. When he come back, I'm looking at DK like, what the hell going on? Like, what the fuck you shooting for? What you shooting at? You know what I'm saying? Keep on telling all the way live.
I'm listening.
You know, what the fuck you shooting at? Why'd you shoot? So he had the car, go. So now I get the car, pull out, now he go, tires pull up. And when I pull out,
What tires?
it's like black tire, blue.
Was it like that shit when you drove up in here?
It's one of them tires.
All right,
Four
all
tires.
right. When I picked you up then.
I go around the car, whatever, no ride.
Wait a minute, you went around the car? Because I see this damage on the police car. They saying they got hit by your car. You remember that?
No, I went around the car. As I go around.
What was the Taurus doing?
As I go around.
You're on 4350, stop. Mr. Bean, earlier the jurors just heard you telling Detective Quinn that you don't believe in lying. And just then you're telling Detective Quinn you went around a police or the car. Do you remember that?
I heard something you just played. I still don't remember the conversation.
That is a lie, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to the form of the question, argument, and badgering.
Is that a truthful statement that you did not ram that police car?
I don't remember.
Now, you ramming a police car is not beneficial to you, is it? It's not good for your liberty, is it?
I don't remember.
And your mission was to get out of custody.
I sustain the objection.
All right. 40, if you, can you help me out with the objection? 4402.
Boom, go straight across the tail.
The parking, you bagged in. So this is the front of the car. You bagged in?
I'm bagged in. Tires coming like this right here. Stop. About right in there, about 2 car lengths up.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I pulls out. As I pulls out, cops already right there with the gun. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I go around like this right here. So I go around like this right here. As I go around like this here, the cop car hit me. Bump the tail of the car like that right there. I goes out. They shoot.
Your Honor, it's 4417, stop. You hear there where you tell Detective Quinn, after claiming you don't believe in lying, that the police car, it says cop car, hit you in your car. Do you realize that? That's not a truthful statement, is it?
I had something planned, but I still don't remember.
All right. Can you help me with 4436 when you get a chance?
What you talk about?
I took the bike around, boom, he could get driving and all like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred, when they
Back then, you almost landed on, so you were driving the car.
yes, sir.
There was
A lot to the detectives when they first came to talk to me, and I told
What you talking?
that's probably the lies you talking about.
What you talk about?
I told them that Big Fred was driving and all like that right there, which I was the driver. Big Fred was the passenger. DK was behind me, and Young Thug was behind Big Fred.
Young Thug is
Right.
wait a minute. So Young Thug,
You can keep going if you don't mind. Well, Your Honor, it stopped at 4459, but I just asked
All right, so no.
President Hilton to continue. I apologize.
what seat is Big Fred? Because he's like 6'8", 354 pounds. He was sitting in the back seat.
No, he in the front with me.
Okay, so I mean,
It stopped, Your Honor, at that's wrong, 4511. Sir, did you hear your voice on this recording that's State's Exhibit number 176 explaining to Detective Quinn, yes, sir, I lied to the detectives when they first came and talked to me. I told them that's probably the lies you're talking about. Did you hear that?
Got some big ass ears. I can hear. Still don't remember the conversation, though.
And you're referring to the detectives that you spoke with on September 11, 2013, right?
I don't recall.
Have you any document, recording, anything to show what was said between you and the detectives on September 11, 2013? Have you ever seen anything like that?
I don't recall.
And you told the detectives more than just Big Fred was the driver. Well, excuse me, Mr. Fred Prothro, also known as Big Fred, was the driver, right? In your conversation with the detectives on September 11, 2013.
I just heard you play something, but I don't recall.
You're not telling the court, the jury, or anybody who's observing that the detectives came in and said just who's the driver and then walked away, are you?
I don't remember.
The conversation was more robust. The police want to know who was in the car, right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police asking you, or did they ask you, how many people were in that car at the time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember, I know it's a long time ago, do you remember the name of the detective or the other officers who interviewed you at the hospital on?
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
It's
There's no
on.
interview at the hospital.
It's on. Do you remember the name of the detective or detectives or officers or authorities that you interviewed with or interrogated by on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
Do you remember?
It'd be hard for me trying to remember conversation stuff, so I don't remember.
Do you remember what any of those law enforcement officers looked like that you spoke with on or about September 11, 2013?
No, sir.
Do you know if they were a man or a woman or men and women? Do you remember?
No, sir.
Now, in this State's Exhibit 176, you make it clear that you're trying to help out not only yourself, but Fred Prothro, or get slack or lesser punishment or not get charged. You realize that?
That's something y'all played.
And here you are specifically telling the detective that Fred Prothro was not the driver. You wanted to make sure that he's not the driver, right? That you're trying to help him too, right?
I don't remember.
But originally, are you close or were you close with Fred Prothro?
Objection asked and answered multiple times.
Originally, you put another human being who is not driving that car as the driver of the car to the detectives on September 11th, 2013. Why did you do that?
I don't remember.
Why would you put an innocent party as the driver of that car that almost killed a police officer? Okay. All right. I think. Did you hear the description in September 2013 that Detective Quinn gave about Mr. Prothro? The 6 foot 8 inch.
I don't remember.
6 foot 8 inch tall.
You playing stuff, but I don't remember.
All right. Well, let's go by your knowledge.
How long it's been? I can't remember that.
Well,
I can't even speak on it. I don't remember.
let's just try. The gentleman you're referring to is Big Fred. Fred Prothro. Is he approximately 6 foot 8 inches tall from your observation?
I can't recall, sir.
Do you know whether in 2013 September he was approximately 350 pounds?
No, sir.
You don't remember?
I don't know how big the guy is, sir. I can't tell you his pound, his weight, his size.
On September 11th, 2013, when you're driving that 2004 Nissan Altima maroon or red burgundy vehicle, were you wearing any type of hair on your head?
No, sir.
And was your hair similar to the hair, of the appearance on your head that you have today? Isn't it true that you had no hair on your head on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
All right, Your Honor, with the court's permission and the President District Attorney's permission, if you could just continue. So, Your Honor, it would continue from 4511, if that's okay.
Sure, I got the C-track.
176,
You
same.
said Big Fred was driving. All right, we got that cleared up. That was in the beginning.
Yeah. I told a few bullshit lies. I ain't gonna keep shit with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way live, man.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Big Fred.
You know, like I told the police officer, you know, everything just happened so fast that we ain't even, none of this is even supposed to occur. You know, so my manager come home from prison.
So what about the guy with the money?
Sir?
What about this guy with the money?
Okay, so it's 40, stop, Your Honor, 4547. And this is all State's Exhibit 176. Sir, do you remember explaining that you told a few bullshit lies? Ain't gonna keep shit with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way live, man. You hear that?
I don't remember.
And you're talking about.
You're not going to object to the response from the witness. The question was asked, did he hear that?
Okay, so what's your objection?
My objection is it's not responsive, Your Honor.
I'm overruled objection. And then did you hear you announce on the recording just played, you know what I'm saying? You know, I told the police officer that everything happened so fast that none of this was even supposed to occur. You hear that?
I still don't remember, sir.
And you're referring to the police officer that you spoke with on September 11th, 2013, that none of us have any idea what was said. Right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't even know what the
I
last part
stand
was.
objection.
That's what you're referring to, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to
I
object.
stand objection.
You're referring to the conversation you had with officer or officers, whomever, someone with the authorities on September 11th, 2013, right? That's what you're referring to.
I don't remember.
Do you recall not putting Jeffrey Williams in the car during your September 11th, 2013 meeting with the detective?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to facts, not an evidence.
He's right here, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor, he said
Objection still, Mr. Steele. You can rephrase it, you can do whatever else that you may think that may put him on the path to answer that question.
Did you tell the detective on September 11th, 2013, when you met with them, that Jeffrey Williams was or was not in that car?
I don't recall.
Did you tell the detective on September 11th, 2013, that there were 3 people in that car?
I don't remember what I told. I don't remember I don't remember.
And you made yourself not the driver on September 11th, 2013 to the detective. Right? That we know.
I don't remember the conversations I had with nobody in 2013.
because Mr. Steele is testifying and his words are not evidence.
Mr. Steele, let's move on.
If you could play at 1 hour, 00 minutes, 58 seconds.
And what's Thug? That shows truth. All the other. I'm not with him. Hold on. I'm lying to them now. Okay. You said one of them niggas in the back shot Big Cuz. Big Fred. By accident, probably. Yeah, they probably done. How many shots did you hear in the car? And also, I heard like 2 shots with you. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. All the other shit I'm saying. Hold on. You know, I gotta add a little hype to the little white man.
It stopped at 1:01:42. Mr. Bean, do you recall on that recording that excerpt that we just played, you are actually being played recorded jail calls that you made from the Fulton County Jail by Detective Quinn. Do you realize that? Did you hear that?
I heard you play some.
And you interjected with Detective Quinn, "I'm lying to them now," meaning on the jail recorded call, you're saying you're lying to your wife and your brother-in-law. Right? That's what you said on the recording to Detective Quinn, right?
I don't remember.
And you said that, you know, I gotta add a little more hype to it with my wife and them. Remember hearing that just now?
I heard you play something.
Mr. Bean, tell the jury, when you're on a recorded jail call, why would you have to add hype to your wife and them unless you were doing it for the police who listened to the calls?
Objection, Your Honor, to the form
That's a proper. Why, tell the jury, why do you need to lie to your wife and other people on a recorded jail call about this incident?
I don't remember.
Well, your wife and this other person or people on recorded jail calls, they can't give you any leniency if you, they can't give you any reduced charges or reduced time in prison, can they?
Nobody has.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. You actually got a very low sentence for 2 cases.
Your Honor, objection to
I
the,
sustain the question, Mr. C, you can't testify.
and Your Honor, I'd ask the court admonish Mr. Steele to not testify and object, please.
Let me take care of that, Mr. Ms. Love.
Mr. Bean, you have been in the Fulton County Jail various times before September 11th, 2013. Is that fair to say?
I don't remember how many times I've been locked up, sir.
I could not hear you. I apologize.
I don't remember how many times I've been in Fulton County Jail, sir.
But you knew in the Fulton County Jail when you were there in September 2013 that your jail calls are recorded, right?
I don't remember.
And you also knew that prosecutors with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and police officers, the City of Atlanta Police Department, as well as others, listened to these calls, right?
No, sir.
You knew on September 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, going into 17th, that you had an audience with the police by talking on those jail calls, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This assumes facts that are certainly not in evidence.
He's right here, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection, Mr. That's the state's basis.
You knew that law enforcement, whomever they are, district attorney's office or police, listened to your calls, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that again assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Sustain the objection.
He's right here. There's no assumption of anything.
Sustain the objection, sir. You can ask him a question.
Did you know that the police were listening to your calls that were recorded from the Fulton County Jail in September of 2013?
I don't remember, sir.
If you can help me. 10501.
I don't, you know what I'm saying? I want to work in it. All right, got one more, and then we're gonna talk. I just want you to hear what I was listening to. I'm the only one working this shit.
You know. But now, majority of that stuff, Quinn, that I was telling them was make believe shit too now. You feel what I'm saying?
We'll talk about that.
I hyped it up with my wife a little bit too.
Why you bragging about that?
You know, that bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? That went on, you know, cause I'm really trying to, and I'm visualizing the story, but you know, I'm just trying to make it all one. You know what I'm saying? You know, I you know, telling them a lot of little shenanigans bullshit too. So
I'll tell you what I believe in a second. One more, then we're done.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from.
Your Honor, stops at 10531. Mr. Bean, did you hear that you are still listening to jail calls that are being played for you by Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013? You hear that?
Yeah, I hear you playing videos,
One more time.
audios or whatever. I hear it.
Okay. And you explain to Detective Quinn, now the majority of the stuff, Quinn, that I'm telling them was make-believe shit too, meaning what you're telling your wife and other people on recorded calls. Remember hearing that just now?
I remember. I don't remember.
And you then went on to say, you see what I'm saying? I hyped it up a little bit with my wife too. Remember hearing that?
I heard, but I don't remember.
And you remember Detective Quinn asking you, why are you bragging about that bullshit to your wife and the others? Do you remember hearing that?
You played it.
And then your answer is, yeah, that bullshit, you know, that went on because I'm really trying to add, I'm visualizing the story and trying to make it all one. You know what I'm saying? I ain't. I'm telling them a lot of shenanigan bullshit too. You hear that?
You played it.
Why would you have to visualize a story and tell your wife and other people on a recorded line hype, bullshit, and shenanigan bullshit?
I don't remember.
If you can help me at 107:20.
DK to get back altogether, because the phone conversations last between 30 and 4, but in my notes I have.
Anything I can.
Listen to me, listen, no, you ain't helping me.
No.
I just want you to make sure you have the truth. I've got, I don't know, 10 tapes altogether, because the phone conversations last between 13 and 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There was a situation where
Hold on, I'm reading.
you say DK got out of the car.
If you could stop it just 1 second. We missed it. Give me 1 second, okay? Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
You may.
It's earlier. I apologize. Did you start 107:20? Can you go back to 106:50? I don't know why.
DK to get back.
I'm going back to 106:50. 58. That was wrong. Okay, we could just start. 105:58.
Wrong one.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. The landlord somebody goes find the other day. I told my big word. He somebody that was a man down, you know, shit down. Yeah, I got this going on right now. Thanks that out here.
Man, he good, man. Shit, we get late people shit. You know what I'm saying? We pay late fee, you pay somebody who wants to go to get to him for. They cool. It's not gonna be all right. You need to go get to work, though, because we ain't been doing this bullshit around with us shit, man. We probably do need to go get work. If he done sold out work, he need to go get some. But he got $600 already. I got $345 in my property downtown where they take phones. I need to go down there and get that money for me tomorrow. I don't need no money. You know, shit.
This is not illegal. Bro, I don't fuck about this shit. I ain't giving a fuck about this shit, man.
This is a prepaid collect call from
I only do big boy shit. I don't fuck with that other shit. You just trying to eat.
Fulton County Jail.
Fuck about that
Subject
shit.
to recording and monitoring. To accept charges, press 1.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's the football game. Y'all won too.
Yeah, that's yesterday.
Well, okay, let me just tell you this. I'm looking for it, but in my notes I have.
Anything I can.
Listen to me, listen, no. You ain't helping me.
No.
I just want you to make sure you have the truth. I've got, I don't know, 10 tapes.
Stopped at 108:08, Your Honor. Did you hear you tell Detective Quinn, man, anything I can do to help?
I don't remember.
1:11:13, if you don't mind.
All together, because the phone conversation. You got a hard working car with you. All right. Tell me to move how Atlanta is. Y'all went to Rob Red. I just want the truth.
No, you said we together. So.
Y'all switch cars. You didn't go up there. I mean, come on now. Talk to me like I'm a nigga know some shit. But I know how Atlanta is. Folks take turn. I know you didn't get out. I'm asking you a straight question. Are you the driver on this lick for a robbery? That's all I want to know. You're not the gunman. Are you the driver on a robbery? You're the driver. All right. So what's the move? Tell me the.
It's at 1:11:37. You hear on this part of the recording that we just heard, you telling Detective Quinn that you're not involved in any robbery. You hear that?
I don't remember.
You remember then Detective Quinn challenging you and you saying, I'm just the driver. You were right. Remember that?
I don't remember.
If you could help me with 1:13:44.
Move it. Taurus, you weren't sure.
No, see the Taurus, all of them going in together.
Is the Taurus in front of you or behind you? The police Taurus, what I'm talking about.
Police Taurus in front of me.
Did you know it was the police? Because it sounded like you were nervous, like, damn it, goddamn, let me find out what the fuck this Taurus all about.
I didn't know it was the police.
Your radar went up. The rest of them motherfuckers ain't even clued in on that shit. You're like, hold on, motherfucker, let me see. I see a Taurus.
Sure.
That's what I heard.
The police now. Not that I went to look, check, and then like that, because I was.
It's 1:14:03. Stop. Did you hear you deny knowing that it was the police in the outside the vehicle, right on your vehicle? You denied that you knew it was police. You hear that?
I don't remember.
That gentleman was in uniform right next to your vehicle with you driving. Do you remember that on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
Do you remember gunning your vehicle and almost running over that officer?
No, sir.
Is that the family man that you are?
Objection, Your Honor. Badgering.
You then slam through, or into rather, a police car. You realize that?
I don't remember.
You deny that too. You hold on to the position that you went around the police car and that the police car slammed you. You realize that's what you say?
I don't remember.
This is all about you, Mr. Bean, isn't it?
Objection, obeyed.
This is all about you trying to better yourself and, to a certain degree, your friend, Mr. Pro.
Objection, obeyed.
True.
You know what this is?
This is all about you trying to
Objection, Your
use
Honor.
your lies to get out of trouble,
So,
I'll allow that. I'll allow that.
right?
I don't remember.
I'd like to show, with the Honorable President, District Attorney 11530's help. Play that, Your Honor, if you don't mind.
I know then, he just holding the rule, you know what I mean?
Did he ever say anything? Does he know anything about me? He's been gone for a minute, so he's just trying to come up on this one little lick.
Yeah, he's just trying to get out, put something in his pocket, man. That's it. He ain't no.
All right. Did he say anything you can remember?
He didn't try to run on no mission or raw, none of that. We at the time we went in Summerdale, the robbery, this is what I'm trying to tell you. As we went in some of there, the robbery wasn't no robbery because he could have got out, Thug could have got out, DK could have got out. They could have went on ahead and handled their business. Thug tell DK, he didn't really just say go get the money. He was like, go ahead and get it. So I don't know what's going on by, you feel what I'm saying?
All right,
But
but
what I
y'all-
tell my family, what you hear me telling my family is about the robbery because that's what went on.
Well, y'all robbing this boy Red, but you drive. You just drive, but you know they're going to get his money from him, and he's not going to like give it to him voluntarily. You got to know that.
Yeah, I know.
You know when they're going to take his money.
Take the money.
All right, so
Stop it.
let me ask you this.
Mr. Steele, since you stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a comfort break? 10 minutes? All right. Let's take a comfort break till 11:30. We'll come back at that point in time. Mr. Bean, you can do the same. We'll see you at 11:30, okay? All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess.
Mr. Bean out there and, okay, all right. Tell me, Mr. Bean, come on up. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Mathis Jr., good morning, sir. All right. Mr. Steele?
With the court's permission, I ask the President District Attorney Hilton at 1:14:35, if that's okay. And that's the same exhibit, Your Honor, which is states 1.
We went in.
It's okay.
Tour, you weren't sure the money, whatever, he got away. Which way did he go?
One guy run this way, another guy run that way, another guy run that way.
All right, all right, all right.
Everybody go run this straight.
Who did you, because you were saying to your wife, I wish I would have ran with Thug because he got away. Which way did he go?
Me and Thug got the car, we jumped. Big Fred can go, me, Thug, Big Fred get out. DK couldn't move against apparently because he was shot or whatever. Thug jumped the wall, I jumped the wall. I jumped up here, Thug went behind the Dollar King, and I jumped over in the parking lot. As I'm running across the parking lot, that's when the police car come run me over.
Okay. What kind of car ran you over?
The blue tar, same blue
All
tar,
right.
the female.
All right. Now,
Your Honor, stopped at 1:15:09. Yes, sir. Sir, do you remember describing for Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013, that Mr. Murphy or DK could not move because he was shot? Remember that? Did you hear that?
I don't remember.
And you explained that you and Fred Protro, or Big Fred, and Thug, or Jeffrey, or Mr. Williams, got out of the car. Remember hearing that?
I don't remember.
And then you explained to Detective Quinn that Thug jumped the wall. I jumped another wall. I jumped up here. You remember that?
I don't remember.
I want to show you, and now, with the court's permission, can Mr. Komodo take over the Zoom link, if that's okay, Your Honor? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo display, with the court's permission, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 144? It's already in evidence. Mr. Bean, it's going to come up on the screen to your left when you get a chance to see if you can look at that photograph and see if you can orient yourself to it. And I want to ask you some questions. Do you see in Mr. Williams number 144 the vehicle that you were driving on September 11th, 2013, juxtaposed, or that's a terrible word, close to the white building with the green in this picture color awning? Do you see that?
I see a picture.
Okay. And are you familiar with this area?
I don't remember, sir.
All right. I want to talk about jumping over the wall. Do you see on the, looking at the picture in Mr. Williams 144, to the right, there seems to be what I'm calling a retaining wall, whatever you want to call it is fine. Do you see that?
See it like you said.
Okay. And I'd like to show you and ask Mr. Kokomo to zoom in all the way to the building under the awning. Do you see there's part of a fence? It's behind the red post. And do you see all the way up to the wall of the building? Do you know that building to be a laundromat by any chance?
I don't remember.
All right. And do you see that there is what I call razor wire all the way from the fence to the wall in that first part of this Mr. Williams on 144? You see that?
I see it.
You're familiar with razor wire or barbed wire? Are you? Is that fair to say?
I don't know what razor wire and barbed wire is.
One more time.
I know what it is.
Okay. And have you ever climbed over razor wire or barbed wire?
I don't remember.
Have you ever seen anyone, a human being or an animal, climb over razor wire or barbed wire and touch it?
Have I ever seen an animal climb over?
Or a person?
No.
Okay. And then, using Mr. Kokomo, the fence continues, and do you see where there's what I'm calling like a garbage disposal area? Do you see that? Or surrounded by what looks like to be a gate and cement?
I see a picture.
Okay. And then above it and next to that garbage area, do you see the fence continuing from the fence that we already talked about that was touching the white building? Mr. Kokomo can go back. Yeah, you see that? The fence continues and actually gets higher. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see the picture.
And do you see on towards the top of that fence, do you see again razor wire or barbed wire there?
Yeah, I see the picture.
All right. Now, just continuing along that fence line, do you see at the same height of that fence, do you see more razor wire or barbed wire? And if Mr. Kokomo can blow it up.
I don't know what that is.
You don't see? Okay. Mr. Kokomo, blow that up, please. Is that it? Okay. That's fine if you don't know what it is, but do you see the posts that come and extend from the fence in Mr. Williams number 144 as Mr. Kokomo is showing it now?
I see the picture.
Okay. And on where the fence stops, do you see there's approximately 3 lines going across all the way of that fence? Do you see that?
Is you talking about them power lines over here?
No, I don't believe so.
At the top?
Well,
Because the fence with the barbed wire is at the bottom. You talking about them top, them power lines over there at the top?
not at the top of the building. No, not the black
Oh,
power line.
the power lines right there. You look at the picture. You telling me to look at the picture. You see the power line? That's a power line going down through there.
Well, let's make sure we're looking at the same thing. Do you see on the building, and this is where Mr. Kokomo has it, do you see that there's a color, there's a change color where it's lighter and then it gets darker for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5, approximately cinder blocks. Do you see that? And Mr. Kokomo can point it out if he doesn't mind. A little above it. No, on the building, the color change. Go up, right there. You see that? See the color change?
Where the barbed wire fence at?
Where the hand is. You see that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
barbed wire going across there.
The barbed wire. Is that what you just said?
The fence at the top, barbed wire.
Barbed wire. Okay, that's what I was asking you. Okay. And then that barbed wire extends all the way to the right. Do you see that? In states, excuse me, Mr. Williams, number 144.
Kokomo, put your thing on there. You gotta show me. Describe me what you're talking about.
You see where Mr. Kokomo is circling with the hand? You see that? You see the continuation of what you call barbed wire?
Plain one fence.
You see that, right? And I'm just asking you. Do you
That's
see?
it.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo continues, you see the barbed wire continues? Yes or no?
I see it.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo, and it may run out, this photograph may run out, but we'll have other ones. You see now the fence continues? Can you see that, sir?
Right away. Yeah, I see it.
And and then do you see on top again of the fence, you see barbed wire?
I see it.
Okay. And then it's a little easier to me, but you testify. You see the tree that Mr. Kokomo is now put in the kind of to the right of this, Mr. Williams, number 144 on the screen. You see that tree?
Yeah, I see the tree.
Okay. And then to the right of the tree, do you again see the fence with the barbed wire?
That's what I seen.
Okay. And then it continues on Mr. Williams, number 144. That's now a building behind it. You see more continuation of the barbed wire on top of the fence. You see that?
I don't see that.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can make it a little better. Let's continue down on that picture, if there is any more of that picture. Is that it? Okay. Let's go, if you don't mind, to Mr. Williams, number 118. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. Oh, I gave the wrong. Hold on, I think I gave it wrong. Should be Mr. Williams 1, I apologize. Your Honor, I apologize to the jury too. It's 141. If that may be published. Okay, Mr. Sir, you see, and this is Mr. Williams number 141, and it's well, before you do that, Mr. Kokomo, just give me 1 second. If you zoom out. This is this similar, it has a little different angle, but this is a similar picture as you were just helping us to focus on Mr. Williams number 144, correct?
With the fence.
One more time.
The fence.
Yeah, the fence, yes, the scene, but yes, we're going to focus on the fence.
I see the picture.
Okay, so if Mr. Kokomo can zoom in on Mr. Williams number 141, and we're just going to try to continue where we were with my questions about the fence and barbed wire continuing. And do you see now the building behind that with that same, with the tree, and you see do you see what I would call barbed wire? Do you see that? The top of the fence?
Yeah, I see the picture.
Okay, and if Mr. Kokomo can continue as far as it can. Is that the end of the photo? Okay, all right. You would agree with me that from what we've seen so far in Mr. Williams number 141 and 244, that entire fence, after the fence ends, has additional extenders with barbed wire, at least 3 rows. Is that fair to say?
You showed me a picture with a fence with barbed wire.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you Mr. Williams number 118 with Mr. Kokomo's permission. Now, do you recognize that this is the house that you ran over while driving a 2004 maroon or burgundy Nissan Altima and crashed through that yard, ran over tricycles and children's bicycles, hit the porch area, crashed through the fence, and then careened over that wall over a police car to slam into the laundromat? Do you recognize that area? That's in Mr. Williams number 118.
I see the picture, but I don't recall with all that extra stuff you just said.
All right, well, I'd like to focus you, and you help focus the jury on, again, the continuation of the fence, okay? Now, you see the fence there in Mr. Williams number 118?
I see the picture.
All right, and you see the wall, which is below the fence, or I call it a retaining wall, but do you see that?
I see the picture.
And you see the police car, or the roof of the police car with a door open on the driver's side in this picture, closer to the wall and the house. You see that house in background?
I see the picture.
All right. And the fence, do you remember crashing through that fence, hitting trees and bushes after striking the children's bicycles and doing that damage to that fence? Do you remember that?
I just told you I don't remember.
One more time.
I just told you I don't remember.
You do remember?
I just told you that I didn't remember.
Did not. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's use Mr. Williams number 118 just as a continuation. If Mr. Kokomo can, you see how the fence is down on the picture of Mr. Williams number 118? You see how, or part of the fence, I shouldn't say the whole thing. You see how part of it's down on the ground, laying down?
I see the picture.
Do you see right there that that's barbed wire or razor wire at the top of the fence that's laying on the ground?
I see the picture.
All right. And then do you see going to the right with Mr. Kokomo's help after that bush that's down, or maybe a tree? Do you see more razor wire right there or barbed wire?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to the
Basis.
characterization of that fence as razor wire versus barbed wire. So form the question.
That's the question.
Okay. Do you recognize that as being barbed wire?
I see the picture.
Okay. And then continuing on Mr. Williams number 118, do you see where Mr. Kokomo's using the hand? You see there are levels of barbed wire on top of the, extends from the fence. Do you see that?
I see the picture.
All right. Now, and thank you, Mr. Kokomo. I want to ask you a couple of questions. When you say on a recorded jail call, as well as to Detective Quinn, so a recorded jail call before September 17, 2013, as well as on September 17, 2013 to Detective Quinn, that you followed Thug, he jumped a wall.
I don't remember.
These walls, you also say later that you jumped a fence, they all have razor wire.
Objection again, that is not facts that are in evidence. You
I
did
stand
not say that was
objection.
razor wire.
I stand it.
They all have barbed wire. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury how Jeffrey Williams, with you following, jumped over
Your Honor, and I'm
or
want to
fence
object
with
as
razor
to
wire.
facts, not the evidence. He said I should have followed.
I sustain the objection.
Can you explain how any person, since you're observing it allegedly, is climbing those type of walls or fences that are lined at the top with razor wire? Can you
Objection,
explain
Your
it?
Honor. I think Mr. Steele is intentionally saying razor wire,
I
knowing
sustain the objection, Mr. Steele.
Barbed
that
wire.
that is not what it is.
Barbed wire, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury?
I don't remember.
Now, if Mr. Kokomo can just help me one more time with Mr. Williams, number 118, you just looked at it, sir. Now, on Mr. Williams, number 118, that's in front of you, if a person was going to climb the wall where the fence is down, where you ran through that
Objection,
fence,
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I sustain the question.
if,
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking him a question.
Still, if invites speculation, so rephrase it.
Can you explain to the jury how a person on September 11, 2013 would run towards the police car to climb that wall where the fence is down, with the police right there?
Judge, I'm going to object as to the form.
I sustain the question.
Are you telling the jury that you see someone, Mr. Williams, running and climbing the wall where the barbed wire is down, right where the police are? Are you telling the jury that?
He didn't tell.
I sustain the question.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
Objection, Your Honor, he just said he doesn't
I
remember.
sustain the question. Mr. Steele, let's move on.
All right. You said to Detective Quinn that Jeffrey Williams was in the rear passenger seat of this 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle. Remember hearing that?
I don't recall.
You said that, you call him DK, I call him Mr. Murphy, but regardless, same person, I believe, or DK will call him, was sitting in the rear driver's side behind you in that 2004 Nissan Altima, true?
I don't remember.
You told Detective Quinn on the recording that we heard that Fred Prothro was in the front passenger seat of that 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle, right? You heard that?
He played it, but I still don't remember.
And you told Detective Quinn that you are the driver on that day at that time of September 11, 2013 of the 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle, right? You
I
heard
don't
that?
remember.
Would you agree with me, if you remember, that you observed Jeffrey Williams' height in approximately September of 2013? Would you know it to be about 6'3" tall or thereabouts?
I don't remember.
How, if I may ask, how tall are you in 2013, September?
I don't remember.
Are you currently, do you know your current height by any chance?
I don't think I've grown much.
One more time.
I don't think I've got taller, any taller.
Okay, how tall?
Stopped my growth a long time ago.
Okay, how tall are you now?
I don't know.
Are you 6 foot tall?
I know I ain't 6 feet.
You're less than 6 feet? Or greater?
I don't know how tall I am. You have to put out the measuring tape for me to stand beside it, so I don't know. I ain't been to the doctor, and I don't know to see how to get my height. I don't know my height.
Okay. Are you less than 5 feet, 10 inches tall?
I don't know my height.
Now, have you ever been in a Altima vehicle, whatever year, besides September 11, 2013?
I don't remember, sir.
Are you familiar with the size of the occupant compartment area of a 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle?
No, sir.
A man who is 6'8" tall, 350 plus pounds, sitting in the front passenger seat. How much room, if you observed, was there with Mr. Prethro occupied that seat according to what you told Detective Quinn on the recording we just heard?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
You have Mr. Prethro at 6'8", 300 plus pounds, 350 plus pounds, next to you in the front passenger seat, and you put a 6'3" skinny man behind him. You realize that? Do you realize that?
I don't remember.
In addition, you have another person in that back seat, DK or Mr. Murphy, right? That's what you tell Detective Quinn on the recording we heard, right?
I don't remember.
I'd like to ask Mr. Kokomo to share with us and you to take a peek at Mr. Williams number 155. Now, do you recognize this as the vehicle that you were driving on September 11, 2013? And if you don't, I could get another picture to give you better orientation, which is just say what you need.
I don't remember.
Do you? Okay.
I see a picture.
All right. Your Honor, may I just approach for a minute to get another photograph? Can I look at Mr. Williams? Your Honor, may I just have one moment? First, the Honorable Court. Yes. Mr. Kokomo, oh, Your Honor, may, it's already in evidence, may Mr. Kokomo present on the screen Mr. Williams number 105, if that's okay with the Honorable Court.
It's already been amended.
Yes.
All right, and then I display defendant Williams 105.
Mr. Bean, this is just going to, for orientation, if this helps you. Okay. Mr. Bean, do you see the smashed car that you were driving on September 11, 2013 in Mr. Williams number 105? The 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle.
Again, I see a picture. I don't remember.
And if, just because we're going to go back to the other picture, if Mr. Kokomo can get closer to the broken glass in the rear passenger area. Can you see that, Sir, can you see that broken glass in that picture?
I see the picture.
All right, now I'd like to go back to, just for orientation now, Mr. Williams, number 155, with the court's permission. Okay, does this orient you better to the photograph that is now displayed by the Honorable Mr. Kokomo at Mr. Williams number 155? Do you see that as a close-up to what you just observed in Mr. Williams exhibit number 105? You see that?
I see a picture.
Okay, and then going through the, and you know, or do you know, that that glass was broken by Officer Roberson L. firing his weapon to try to prevent you from killing him and others?
Your objection as to the form of the question.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
I don't remember.
And if there was a human being who is 6'3" tall, as you said,
Calls for speculation, sir.
all right, since you put Mr. Williams in that passenger rear seat at the time of leaving that apartment complex, when the bullets are going into that rear passenger window by the police, can you explain to the jury how Mr. Williams was not shot?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
I
speculation.
sustain the objection.
Can you explain how the bullets missed the person that you put in that seat?
Still speculation. I sustain the
I'm
objection.
asking if you know.
That calls for
Still speculation, sir. Move on.
Multiple, you told Detective Quinn that multiple shots came into that car, right?
Objection, Your Honor, I believe that that calls for facts that are not in the
Said it on the recording that's in evidence.
Multiple went off in the car,
That is true.
That's,
not multiple.
But
came
not
out of
what
the
you
car.
just said, Mr. Steele.
I'll point the court to it. That's not, Ms. Love is not correct.
Just rephrase the question and move on, Mr. Steele.
You know that police had multiple shots going into that car, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can answer that.
I don't remember, bro.
Can you explain how if Jeffrey Williams is sitting behind someone
He
who's
calls for
6 foot,
speculation again, Mr. Steele. It's number 5. Move on.
look at Mr. Williams number 155. Do you see the top of the toolbox in the picture on the seat? I'm talking about the rear seat.
I see a picture.
And you see the color, what I'm referring to is a black item in color, and it has like, in the corners, it has two slightly outward boxes. Do you see what I'm referring to?
I see the picture.
All right. Now, with Mr. Kokomo's permission, if he can display, Your Honor, Mr. Williams number 157.
All right, go ahead.
Now, this is the back seat of the vehicle that you put two human beings in on September 11th, 2013. Do you see that?
I see a picture.
And this is what I call a toolbox. It's called the UNT2. You see that? TZ, maybe. I think it's 2.
I see a picture.
Okay. And then there are items next to what I'm calling a toolbox, to the, behind the driver's seat on the seat. Do you see that? The rear seat? You see what I'm referring to?
I see a picture.
Okay. Now, that toolbox, you didn't take it from outside the car and put it in the back seat as you were running from the police to get away after crashing the car into the side of the laundromat, did you?
I don't remember.
You didn't see Fred Prothrow take that toolbox from outside the car and put it on the back seat and throw its contents around, did you?
I don't remember.
You didn't see Mr. Walter Murphy, also known as DK, take the toolbox from outside the car after you crashed the car into that laundromat and put it in the back seat and throw its contents around, did you?
I don't remember.
In fact, you told Detective Quinn, and the jurors just heard it again, that Mr. Murphy or DK, he couldn't even move, right?
I don't remember, sir.
Explain to the jury how you put Mr. Murphy in that back seat, Jeffrey Williams in that back seat, and that item right there in the back seat.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because there's no testimony or
I
evidence.
sustain the objection.
Where was the toolbox when you lent or borrowed the car from your friend on September 11th, 2013? As in that car, where was it?
I don't remember.
Well, it wasn't in the front seat, was it? You weren't sitting on top of it while driving the car, right?
You tell me.
I can't tell you, sir.
You showing there all the pictures, and I don't know. I don't remember.
It wasn't in the front seat with Mr. Prothrow, was it?
I don't remember.
It wasn't in the trunk and somehow comes in through that small broken window on the passenger rear, right?
I don't remember.
It was in the back seat where you're now putting not only a 6'3" person, not only Mr. Murphy or DK, now you have these contents, right?
I don't remember.
And when the car is careening and flying, that, what I'm calling toolbox, presumably moves, right? It gets thrown about, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
And that's logical if you believe it. But that's how contents of that toolbox get on the unoccupied area of behind you in that car, right?
I don't remember.
All right.
It's a speculation, Mr. Steele, but move on, okay?
All right. How much room was there between the front passenger seat that Mr. Prothrow was sitting in and the rear seat where you put Jeffrey Williams sitting?
One more time.
How much room was there between the front passenger seat where you put Mr. Prothrow sitting and the rear passenger seat where you put Mr. Williams sitting on September 11, 2013 in this car that we're looking
I don't remember.
at? I'd like to show you what's already in evidence. Mr. Williams, number 160, if I may. Do you see that and recognize that as the front passenger seat where you put 6'8", 300+ pound Mr. Prothrow on September 11, 2013?
You said, do I see something? Or what
Yeah.
you said?
Do you see that?
I see a picture.
Okay. And is that the area I'm asking you about where you put Mr. Frederick Prothro sitting, the 6'8" more than 350 pound, in that seat on September 11, 2013. That's the seat that you put him in, right?
I don't recall, sir.
And do you see if Mr. Kokomo would be good enough to make it a little smaller? The picture a little smaller, Mr. Williams, number 160. Do you see on the bottom of the seat, all the way to the right, do you see the screw protruding, or excuse me, that's a fair word, the screw and the metal part that is on where the seat can be moved up or back? Do you see that visible in this picture?
I see a picture.
All right. And do you recognize that as that seat is pushed back all the way as far as it can go, if you know?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation and facts that are not in evidence.
Do you know whether that seat is pushed all the way back?
I don't know.
Now, you also, have you ridden in a car with Fred Prothro anytime other than September 11, 2013?
I don't remember.
In Mr. Williams, number 160, do you see there's a firearm, a handgun, on the floorboard on the front passenger side?
I see the picture.
All right. I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to also display Mr. Williams, number 162. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. Do you see Mr. Williams, number 162 on the screen?
I see the picture.
And do you recognize that as the driver's side rear floorboard area of the 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle?
I see a picture.
And do you see what appears to be, and they have placards, it's called, but it says the number 4 and 5, but the items I'm asking about, do you see 2 potential firearms or handguns? You see that?
I see the picture.
Okay. And if 3 handguns are accumulated or found by the police, and you and Mr. Murphy and Mr. Prothro were in the car, that would be 3 guns for 3 people, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to characterization of the evidence.
I sustain the objection. 3 guns are found in the car. Do you realize that?
I don't remember.
When you were hit by the police car and arrested, you didn't have a firearm on you, right?
I don't remember.
You weren't charged with actually having a firearm on your person, were you?
I don't remember.
You see that hat right there in Mr. Williams, number 162? Or do you recognize that as a hat?
I see a picture.
Is that your hat?
I don't remember. I don't know who had it in.
Okay. Now, do you remember Detective Quinn interested in finding out from you whether anyone in the vehicle with you fired any gunshots while you were fleeing from the police? Do you remember those questions being asked of you?
I don't remember, sir.
Can you, Mr. Kokomo, can you release it for the district, for Madam District Attorney Present? Your Honor. Your Honor, this is states in the exhibit number 157 with the court's permission. What did I say?
157.
I apologize.
So 136, it may be shown. 176, it can be shown.
And at 1:1739, it should be.
I didn't mean to touch it, but the good.
Shots did you hear in the car when it's crashing, shot in them? So I'm wondering, do you think Thug shot DK in the back? Is it possible? I
He shot in the
mean,
back. I thought it said
he shot in the back. He shot.
I thought Fred shot in the back.
I'm sorry, Fred shot in the back, but he's up front. So I'm saying, did Thug?
I can't say Thug or DK.
How many shots did you hear in the car when it's crashing over the wall? How many shots did you hear in the car? In the car, because the police ain't near y'all. You got to wait.
No, I'm saying I heard one shot. I heard one shot. But I can't say it was a shot because it was
A lot of
it was
confusion.
a crash.
All right.
I can't say this person, that person shot him or who shot him. All I can say is I heard a loud noise, but all of it was going off with the impact of the crash to the wall. So I can't say.
All right.
I know DK couldn't have shot him because he more worried about. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He more worried about his shit, his situation. He acted like
He had a stack on him. On everything.
Your Honor, it's 1:1828 stop. Sir, do you hear Detective Quinn inquiring of you whether you heard any shots inside the vehicle as you were driving the car and fleeing from law enforcement? Do you remember that? Or did you hear that?
I still don't remember. I heard you playing stuff. I still don't remember.
And you told him, I don't know if anyone fired a weapon inside the car. There was a crash. There was a lot of noise. I'm not saying I'm quoting you, but that's what you. Well, is that what you said? Is that what you heard on the recording?
You playing stuff, but I still don't remember, sir.
Did you take with you when you fled from the police any shell casing from inside that car? Do you know what a shell, well, let me start here. Do you know what a shell casing is in relation to firing a semi-automatic weapon?
Did I grab some shell casing?
One more time.
Did I grab some shell casing? I don't remember.
Would you agree with me that that would be an odd thing to do?
Why would I grab some shell casing?
Exactly. All right. If you can help me, Madam President, 12011. This is
I love
again,
them, they
Your
know.
Honor, Your Honor, all these are going to be the same exhibit, 176 state.
Why did the police give a command? Sure. When he went up to CashApp, was Thug using your car or another black Camry?
Thug got a black Challenger,
He got his own car?
not a black Challenger.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, the police officer that did the shoot, when did you first see the uniformed police officer that fired the gun? Did you see it?
I don't remember the police.
Did you ever hear the police give a command? Did you see a police officer? Because they say they saw the cop.
I ain't.
Did you knowingly ram the cop's vehicle trying to leave? Did you know you hit it?
No.
You did not know you hit the cop vehicle. The cop bumped you.
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say they tried to block you in to stop you from leaving? Do you think that happened? I mean, I'm just asking.
Stopped at 1:20:52. You are now approximately an hour and 20 minutes with this detective, and you still are telling him that the police car bumped you. You see that? You hear that?
I hear you playing stuff, but I still don't remember.
And that is because it benefits you to put other actions on other people, in this case, the police. You realize that?
Yeah, I would like to object as to the former question, asking if he realizes something as soon as they're not.
I'll sustain the objection.
Why did you tell Detective Quinn that the police officer struck your car? Or the car you were driving on September 11, 2013?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you see a pattern that you do? You put other people
Your Honor, I
into
want to
situations that
object
they
as
don't do.
consideration.
I sustain the objection. Mr. Steele, come on.
If you can help me with, you're on 12520, that's wrong, that's wrong. 125 even. 125.00. Or
Yeah, it probably is.
And why didn't you stop? Did you know there were police?
125.00.
Been a different situation. What life's all about. I hate to call.
Testify, I can't do none of that now. You pretty much.
They don't care about a whole lot, and it really bothers
Give
me.
you, man. I just want to give you my story. I know I'm bullshit around my family a lot. You know what I mean? I bullshit around the story a lot. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I told you pretty much everything.
This sounds like the truth. You're the driver. You.
125.17 stop.
All right, noted.
You hear that you told on September 17, 2013, I feel you, man. I just wanted to give you my story. I know I bullshitted around with my family a lot. I bullshitted around with your story a lot. I just wanted to make sure I told you pretty much everything that. Did you hear that?
I heard you playing something. I still don't remember, sir.
Explain to the jury why you would bullshit your family on a recorded line.
I don't recall, sir.
Like everything else, you did it to benefit yourself, right?
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, may I have first reading?
You may.
With a member of the.
Sure. Your Honor, may I?
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind continuing to do my.
Really cleared something up for me, the thug, and I got to go out here and find a picture of this joker.
If you can go to 2:02. 2:0200 around there. Thank you, sir.
Full uniform to get a
Yeah.
I want degree. Robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is. Well, look, If you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. If you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree,
No, she know. I can't talk to her.
I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back, but thing of it is,
Mr. Bean, did you hear there that you asked Detective Quinn if you can speak with your wife on the way back, or he said on the way back to jail? Did you hear that?
I hear y'all playing something, but I still don't remember.
And you know from prior experiences that when you're with detectives, you can speak with someone, if they let you, on a non-recorded line, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's not speculation, I guess if he does it. Except for the fact that Detective Quinn is recording you a call with your wife, nobody would know what was said. You realize that? While you're in custody.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
That's not speculation. All right. Your Honor, it stopped at 2:02:11. If you could just continue.
this is an investigation. I got to understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were going to run them over. You know, they were scared of the car.
I ain't nowhere near a police officer. So
Okay.
I ain't seen a police officer. Me personally, me seeing the police, I would stop.
You sure?
That's at 2:02:31. Did you hear denying again, Mr. Bean, that you did not see any police officers to Detective Quinn on this recording that's being played?
I hear y'all playing something, but I still don't remember.
And do you remember telling Detective Quinn that you personally, me seeing the police, I would have stopped? You see that? You hear that?
I don't remember any call I had with Detective Quinn in 2013, sir.
And that was not truthful, was it?
Objection made.
That was not a truthful statement that you made to Detective Quinn, that you weren't anywhere near police officers and you ain't seen no police officers, and you personally, me seeing the police, I would have stopped. That's not true, right?
I don't remember.
And this is now 2 hours and 2 minutes into the interrogation with Detective Quinn. You realize that?
I don't remember.
All right. Your Honor, with the court's permission, it stopped at 2:02:31. Just please continue if you don't mind.
Yeah, I would stop.
I mean,
If I'd have seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would actually stop. I ain't me.
so who did you think it was blocking? Who did you think it was blocking you in?
I don't want no trouble or none of that. You feel what I'm saying?
Who do you think it was blocking you in with the
I'm
car?
thinking this is folks that DK. You feel what I'm saying? Interacting with. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't
You thought it was the people he was robbing.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, you know what I'm saying? We getting cornered off here. Cause see, I ain't know nothing about it.
Okay, so you thinking the victims are retaliating?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I ain't seen them. I seen blue suit.
And that stopped at 2:03:09. Here you were saying, or did you hear you saying, you speaking, I didn't know nothing about it. You were not involved in that robbery. That's what you're saying at 2:03, 2 minutes and 3 seconds. You realize that?
I don't recall.
2 hours, sorry, 2 hours into this. You're still saying you didn't know it was a robbery, right?
Your Honor, I want to object as to his characterization of the evidence.
That's what, you took a car. Why did you back that car into the spot? The 2004 Nissan Altima.
I don't recall, sir.
All right, 2:03:09, if you could continue.
Shit, I'm stopping.
Okay, well, everybody, the witnesses from the parking lot,
Like I said,
the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform to get out the car.
yeah, I don't know what they see.
Okay.
I can't.
You didn't see him.
I'm driving, so I can't tell you.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Who's what's what.
Let me tell you why I don't believe that. and I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again, with the tape, I'm not gonna bring it back out. It's gonna be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out the car and hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is, you do too.
Well, it ain't backed up in no time.
Listen to me, you already told me the car backed up, the Taurus. It came,
Put it in front.
well,
It's 20403, Your Honor. Stop. Mr. Bean, you knew in 2013 and today, in a certain context, calling that they're 12, that means police, right?
I don't recall, sir.
If you can help me with 20720.
whatever I'm saying, you that on those phones. So free. I mean, I understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, it's just check my wife on what's going on.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna make
Stand up, I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make sure it's up, you know what I mean?
But maybe we need to get her involved in anything
It's
else.
gonna be a little add-ons and, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shit going on.
Hold on, make sure I got it right.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife that, okay, everything you said. That's
Well,
what I said.
I'm also, it's the brother that, but what I'm saying is,
Stop at 20802. Mr. Bean, did you hear Detective Quinn ask you, why are y'all talking these phones so free? I mean, I don't understand that. And your response was, I mean, it's really nothing to me to tell my wife what's going on. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that.
Okay, can you go back to 20721 or 20?
I'm like, damn, this. That on those phones. Telling him the story to make that. You know, ain't no rush.
Cause like I said, I don't want no robbery, man. I want to get everything in the clear. You know, but like you say, I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I gotta, you know what I mean, be accessory to whatever the fuck these niggas done did, so. It is what it is, man. I just like to know than to not to know, you know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen.
So,
Why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to me, really. I mean, it's just check my wife on what's going on. You know?
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna make
Stand up, I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
We stopped at 20741. Did you hear, was that better? Detective Quinn asked you, why do you guys talk like that on these jail phones? You all know we listening. And then again saying, why do y'all talk like that on these phones so free? I mean, I don't understand. And you said, I mean, it's really nothing to me to tell my wife what's going on. Did you hear that?
I hear y'all playing something, I still don't remember.
But you don't really tell her what's going on. You tell her, from what you said, you tell her bullshit, you tell her lies, shenanigans. Right? You heard that?
I still don't remember, sir.
All right. It stopped at 20741. If you could continue right there.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make sure it's up, you know what I mean?
But maybe we need to get her involved in anything else.
It's gonna be a little add-ons and, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shit going on.
Hold on, make sure I got it right.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife that, okay, everything you said.
Well, I'm also, it's the brother that, but what I'm saying.
20806. Okay. Mr. Bean, did you hear several different comments, but at the end you said, to Detective Quinn, you can't take everything I say towards my wife, everything you said. You hear that?
Shit, play it again.
Okay, it was at 2. The whole thing starts at
Well, then this post.
2:07, about 15.
Got on those phones.
I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I got to, be accessory to whatever the fuck these niggas done did, so. It is what it is, man. I just like to know than not to know, you know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen.
So,
Why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand that.
it's really nothing to me, really. It's really just check my wife, check my wife going on.
Okay.
I'm gonna make.
Stand up, I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make believe, make sure it's up. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe we need to get her involved in anything else.
It's gonna be a little add-ons and, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of shit going on.
Hold on, make sure I got it.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife, that, okay, everything you said. That's what
Well,
I said.
I'm also, it's the brother that,
add in.
but what I'm saying.
20805 stop, okay? Mr. Bean, you used as a positive the fact that the police and the district attorney's office listened to jail calls.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization in the form of the question and narration.
I stand objection.
Mr. Bean, you lied about Jeffrey Williams on these, or Thug, or Young Thug on these jail calls because you knew the police were listening,
Objection, Your
right?
Honor. Two compound questions.
I stand the question. I stand the question.
When speaking on these jail calls, you heard, let me start here. You heard Detective Quinn on State's Exhibit 176 say to you and ask you, why do you guys talk like that on the jail phones? Y'all know we listening, right?
You played something, but I still don't remember, sir.
And you all know we listening, we being the authorities. You knew that in September 2013, right?
I don't remember, sir.
And you use that to your benefit, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I stand the question.
You wanted to weave a story and put Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug, into trouble like you did with the police struck your car, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Like you didn't almost kill
Objection, Your Honor.
Robinson L., Officer Robinson L. Like you didn't almost run over.
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
stand the objection.
You denied run. I'm sorry. One more time.
Move along. It's already been asked and answered several times already. Let's move along.
Do you see that you just separate yourself and insert other innocent
Objection, Your Honor,
persons?
I
to the narration and to the.
stand the question.
If you can go, if you don't mind, to 20855 or 50, something else.
What you feel you?
Me, you know what I mean?
I'm like,
This is what.
all right, Fish, hold with that shift change because you know it gets crazy over there at the jail at that place now. All right, Fish, hold it tight, man.
You know what I mean? I bullshit with them on some parts of it, you know what I mean? I ain't come bullshit with you, you know what I mean? You know, some of the shit, you know, like I say, the lean and all that, you know, all that shit was true, but we did go on a whole nother mission for these guys, you know what I mean? So,
Y'all gotta stop going on these missions.
you know what I mean?
Y'all gotta stop going on all these missions.
Stopped at 20923. Did you hear that part to orient you are now leaving homicide? You hear the handcuffs or the leg chains in the background. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I planned stuff, but I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember hearing just now your voice telling Detective Quinn, you know what I'm saying? I bullshit with them on some parts of it. You know what I mean? I ain't come to bullshit with you today. You know what I mean? Did you hear that?
I don't remember, sir.
Some of the shit, you know what I said about the lien and all that, you know, all that shit was true. You hear that?
I don't remember.
And that was true. There was supposed to be a,
Your Honor, to narration.
and you said we did go on a whole other mission for these guys. You know what I mean? Hear that?
I don't remember, sir.
If you can. Thank you. Do you mind 219, about 40? Thank you, sir.
And let you know everything that we're going
That's fine. That 219.
on with me or whatever. Love you. All right. So I'm getting charged when I go back to jail.
Nothing's happening today. I gotta go back down and talk to these jokers in the hospital. They still in the hospital. And I gotta get out here and I find out what's up with Thug. Man, I'm gonna be straight up with you. You're the only one that puts Thug in the car. I know who the fuck he was. Everybody think he's a woman. You clear that up for me.
They keep asking me who the fuck a female is, who the fuck a female.
He look like, out of all y'all, he don't look like a little woman to me. If you know,
He got this wig, like I'm like a lace wig.
that's what I. Oh
You know
shit!
what?
Now, this is, you heard just now, you being permitted to speak with your bride in Detective Quinn's Taurus vehicle from the homicide office in the city of Atlanta to the, while you're being transported back to Fulton County Jail. Is that what you heard?
I don't remember, sir.
And then when that call ended, you asked, so I'm getting charged when I go back to jail. Did you hear that?
I don't remember.
And you're talking about criminal charges. That's what you're concerned with, right?
I don't remember, sir.
And then you were told by Detective Quinn, nothing's happening today. Did you hear that?
I still don't recall the conversation I had with him, sir.
And then Detective Quinn said, I got to go down and talk to these jokers in the hospital. They still in the hospital. And I got to get out here and find out what's up with Thug, man. I'm going to be straight up with you. You're the only one that puts Thug in the car. You hear that?
I don't recall, sir.
Then it goes on and says, I didn't know who the, and it says FUC blank, he was. Everybody thinks he's a woman. You cleared that up for me. You see that? Or you hear that, excuse me.
I heard what you played. I still don't recall it, sir.
And then you say, like he asked me who the FUC blank of female, who the FUC of female. You remember saying that just now? And hearing that rather.
I still don't remember, sir.
Then the question by Detective Quinn said, like, out of all y'all, he the only one that looked like a woman to me.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see that? Hear that?
Mischaracterization.
That's not a
And the
mischaracterization.
evidence is the best,
I'm
the
asking,
tape is, the recording is the best evidence, and mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'm asking him if that's what it was, Your Honor. It's in evidence.
Are you reading directly from the
Yes.
an old objection?
Then you said he like a lace wig, like a lace wig. And then there was laughter.
I still don't recall, sir.
All right. If you can just continue. And
Once you get
it's 2/20/15.
your hair braided and they spray that black stuff on you, immediately I ain't asking no hell of a nothing major, man. Y'all ought to cut me and Big Fred some slack, man. We ain't, that ain't our knowledge. We ain't had
Well, see, the slack part is not my department. I turn it over to the DA
just saying.
because I can't make those decisions. I can't give any hope or benefit.
Me and Big Fred, we ought not even be a part of it.
Right.
Really, you know what I mean?
What I'm saying is, you understand, I can't give any hope of any kind of benefit. All I can do, turn over the truth. At this point, I believe you're like 99. I still think you knew those was the cops. That's just me. I believe you knew it was the police. You getting the fuck on. I ain't catching no new case. I got this. I got that. This. But you know, that's cool. That's just what I think.
But I would never gave my real name.
They would have known that, man. All they do is put your finger on the damn machine, man. That's all they do. They got it in the car.
I'm gonna tell you something, man.
Right.
I give my cousin name all the time. They don't know. I trust me.
If your name,
when I tell them Avery Carter, I'd have been at home by now.
Listen to me. We would have found out who you.
Stop. 2/21/24. Do you remember stating, or hearing just now, you stating to Detective Quinn, man, from me to you, I ain't asking for no hell of a nothing major, man, but you all ought to cut me and Big Fred some slack. That ain't our line of duty. We ain't nothing. You hear that?
I heard you play something, but I still don't remember, so.
And that, tell the jurors, that was your entire purpose of meeting with Detective Quinn and speaking on these jail calls. True? That was what you wanted to meet with Detective Quinn for. Okay. You met with Detective Quinn to get slack or a better deal. True?
No, sir, I don't got no deal, sir.
But on September 17, 2013, that was your attempt, correct?
The witness answered the question, and Mr. Steele has asked and answered it, and now he's trying to get a different answer.
That's not true. The answer was, I didn't get a deal.
Okay, well, that's been asked and answered, so move on.
And you also had the agenda to get a deal for Fred Prothro.
I sustain the objection. That's the point.
Why? Tell the jurors why you asked for slack for yourself from Detective Quinn.
I still don't recall, sir.
What does slack mean to you on September 17, 2013, when asking the detective?
I still don't recall, sir.
Why did you ask Detective Quinn for slack for Fred Prothro?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
Why? What did slack mean to you when directed to Detective Quinn on behalf of Fred Prothro?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
Did you just hear? You said, I'm just saying, as far as me and Fred, Detective Quinn interrupted and said, I can't give any hope of benefit. And you said, me and Big Fred, we ought to not even be part of anything. Remember hearing that just now?
I don't recall, sir.
What was the point of you telling Detective Quinn that you and Big Fred should not be a part of anything?
I still don't recall, sir.
Did you just hear you explaining to Detective Quinn I would have never given my real name Let me tell you something, man. I give my cousin's name all the time. They don't know, trust me. Remember saying that, hearing that just now?
I don't recall, sir.
Tell the jurors why you give your own cousin's name to the police when you get in trouble.
I don't recall, sir.
You ever think of what that does to your cousin?
Objection, Your Honor.
I stand in objection.
You agree with me that that's a very evil thing to do.
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
stand in objection.
What were you saying when you heard your voice say, Avery Meadows, if I told them Avery Meadows, I would have been home by now. Explain that to the jury.
I don't even have a record with Avery Meadows' name on it.
Do you said earlier in this recording that you knew
Your Honor, I'm going to
Chief
object as to
Meadows.
relevance here.
He's with the City of Atlanta Police
Hold on.
Department. It's on the recording.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
I don't recall, sir.
Can you help me with 222? Even is fine. 222 around there.
Where?
I'm saying, man, I ain't play with like a lot of little shit. You know, I wanted to put this stuff, what I had going on behind me. Like I told my wife on the phone, if you'd heard, baby, I want to get all this shit behind me.
You said that?
Yeah, what it
You
is.
said about a couple different things, you know, but it's a simple lick. It's a simple lick that went sideways.
Like a lot of little shit I tell them, I added on, exaggerated a little bit.
You were pretty. I mean, you know,
I exaggerated a lot, really. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say a little bit.
but you didn't exaggerate about driving that car, which is the most important part. And
222:34.
All right, noted.
Did you hear just now when speaking about talking with your wife and others on jail calls, a lot of shit I told them I added on, exaggerated a little bit? Do you hear that?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
Then Detective Quinn said, you were maybe a little, and then you laughed and said, I exaggerated a lot, really. You know what I'm saying? Right?
I don't remember the conversation, sir.
I want to go to, and if you don't mind, give it to Mr. Coco. Thank you. Can you help me? Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to play, it's already in evidence, Mr. Williams number 205, starting at about 9 minutes.
You may, sir.
It's a jail call on September 12, 2013, morning hours between Mr. Bean and his wife. It's already in evidence.
All right, you may, sir.
What did you say? Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
Yes.
is already in evidence, Mr. Williams, number 205, and it should be at about the, I lost it, it's not on the screen anymore. Should be about, it's a 904, well, 90140.
All right, so noted.
Hello, this is a free call from.
If we baby chill outside, talk. We done chill outside, talk, he got there.
Open that thing up, man. He got us some money, man. Get us some money. Get us some money out of this shit, man. We need us some money.
But the detective came back though, they, the homicide detective kept coming back. He came, we were there one time, he came back again, and
What?
they still trying to figure out what the fuck skateboard and if niggas out there, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I said they trying to figure out where the white boys came from. The white boys told me they were down here. Down there with Adrian Bean. I don't know. They still trying to figure that shit out. I don't know. The detective called my phone last night, called that shit, told that shit. They just trying to figure out who the fuck was driving. He said it's a bitch was driving. The bitch had on lace front wig. Who the fuck is this hoe? So goddamn, he can't find out who this hoe is. Then he go in when he kept calling a broad. He was adamant. He was just so fuck. I put him on speaker so brother I was shopping with him. The homicide detective. He like shit. He said he tried to figure out who the fuck the broad who driving. They said it was a broad driving the car. Goddamn, she had a lace front wig and all type of shit. They trying to figure out who she is, so she the one that caused all this problem with this driving, and she could have killed somebody and all this other stuff there. If he can't find her, he don't have to put these charges on the 3 boys that they got in custody. As of right now, your husband, the same way, they got no charges on him. We can't charge him for nothing. So he was a passenger.
Who that?
That's what he said.
Now he told you about me.
Yeah, he said, as of right now, your husband, they got no charges, so he was a passenger. We tried to find out what the fuck happened.
The boys that come, they stick and come down and motherfucker tell them that they're what it was. Them niggas kept what happened. They gave us a story to tell.
No, it stopped at 1:11. Oh, excuse me, that's wrong. 11:09:07. Sir, did you recognize that as a collect recorded jail call between you and your wife on September 12th, 2013 morning hours?
I still don't recall, sir.
And do you remember hearing just now you saying after your wife is explaining what police are saying, the homicide detective, you saying they gave us a story to tell?
I still don't recall, sir.
Do you remember explaining to me and investigator Martin on January 22, 2023, when I played that recording, which is now memorialized as Mr. Williams number 205 for you in investigator Martin's vehicle, you explained that they gave us a story to tell was you knew the police wanted Jeffrey Williams involved?
I still don't recall, sir.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo can play Mr. Williams exhibit number 197. It's already in evidence. It's from the Kroger on January 22, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Brian Steele. I'm giving you out of investigator Jimmy Martin Jr. We represent Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug. We're standing in Kroger. Look at the address. And it is approximately.
Are you familiar with this Kroger? Oh, yes, Fonterra Road.
I'm
We
sorry.
go past the phone number part, so as not to
That's fine.
play it again.
Okay.
All right, y'all can just play it. I don't mind. Play that motherfucker shit. It's already out there. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, Jerry. Play it.
And Mr. Bean, do we have permission to record this? 42 years old. Do we have permission to record the conversation? Sorry. Okay. As you know, as I just said, I represent Mr. Williams, Mr. Jeffrey Williams on trial right now. Young thug is performing name Jim Martin Jr. and I work together. Jim Martin Jr. is an investigator, a licensed investigator. And I just want to go over what you told us previously and make sure this is accurate. If it's not accurate, all I want, like I've told you before, is the truth. That's all I want. You were in I'm not saying you remember the date, but you were in a situation involving a good friend of yours, a very close person to you, named Dirty Red, with Mr. Walter Murphy and Mr. Fred Prethro, and Walter Murphy is also known as DK. I mean, it's what you told me. Is that correct? Correct. And I'm telling you the date. I'm not saying you remember, but we're talking about it's the 11th day of September 2013. So September 11th, no, it's 2013. And there's a
Be allowed to be played, but he's already played the whole thing.
Yeah, it's.
Your Honor, I'm going to be asking questions now that's oriented and the
But his
district.
foundation, you played it already. He's already, it's been played for him. Been played for office. I understand the objection.
Okay, then I'll stop it each time and I'll ask questions. That's fine. Okay, it stopped at, I can't hear you. 2 minutes. Okay, Your Honor, it stopped at 2 minutes.
All right.
And it being Mr. Williams 197. Okay. You recognize, you heard your voice on Mr. Williams number 197?
How you playing stuff, but I still don't recall, sir.
And it was asked whether you gave permission or knew that it was being recorded, right? Did you hear that?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. And then it was oriented to, you just heard me orienting you to the incident involving Mr. Murphy or DK, you, and Mr. Dotson or Dirty Red. Did you hear that?
I don't recall, sir.
All right. And did you hear me say, I'm not saying you remember the date, but the date, if it sounds right, was September 11, 2013. Did you hear that just then?
I still don't recall, sir.
Do you remember hearing you give your date of birth, June 2nd, 1979? Did you hear that? June 22nd, 1979.
I don't remember.
Did you hear me alerting of the date of Sunday, January 22nd, 2023 at the Kroger near your home? Did you hear that?
I heard you play something. I don't remember the conversation.
And then I'm not going to, we'll do the next chunk and then stop. Mr. Kokomo, you're at 2 minutes. Can you please continue? And a car that careens into a side of a laundromat. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Now, you were never charged with that count, or you were never prosecuted for that case. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We didn't ever even go through the motions on that. So,
and what happened with your charge? It was,
the case was dismissed.
okay. I just don't make
The
sure.
whole case was totally dismissed.
Okay. Now, I'm interested in Jeffrey Williams, young thug. Was he in, around, a participant, given direction, anything involved in that event that we're talking about involving Dirty Red in September 11, 2013?
No, sir. Like I explained, when, all that occurred, everything took place, they was, trying to force him in on something that he wasn't even in. Like I said, I'm not going to lie on the brother. You know what I mean? And, he wasn't with us, young thug, but not in the cover. I don't even know how his name really got mentioned. Maybe it was a lot of hype through the streets. Or, I might have in confidence talking, said his name, but I ain't, him and Linda saying that he was with us. You know what I'm saying?
And when you say that they wanted him involved in the case or whatever your words were, who was they?
Detectives and
other, people that was inquiring, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, discuss the neighborhood or whatever.
The police?
Yeah, police.
The authorities or whatever, the prosecutors, the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I played for you a recording a short while ago, and this too. I promise you I'll email it to you, the second one, and I will. But the one I played for you has you.
Okay, that's at, stopped at 3:49:97. Okay. Did you just hear us talking about this incident of the car careening into the side of the laundromat?
How you saying play something? I don't remember though.
And did you hear you explain that the case involving Mr. Dotson was totally dismissed?
I don't recall, sir.
And for you, the case involving the armed robbery or attempted armed robbery or the aggravated assault on Mr. Dotson was dismissed. You pled guilty under Alford to aggravated assault on the 3 police officers and fleeing and attempting to elude. True?
I don't remember.
And then I asked you, was Jeffrey Williams, performer known as Young Thug, involved in any way, directly or indirectly, with the events involving Mr. Dotson on September 11, 2013? And you said he was not involved in any way. Did you hear that?
I don't recall, sir.
And then you explained, you just heard that you explained that we qualified that, you qualified it as the detectives and police. And I asked you the authorities, the police, the prosecutors, I just made it broad, that they forced Jeffrey Williams into it. Did you hear you say that?
Man, can I get a water or something? I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all now. I ain't gonna tell you no lie.
Yes, you may. We can take a break soon. Hang in there.
You need a moment?
Keep the ball rolling.
Okay. Mr. Coco, if you could just show me where you stopped again, remind me. 3:49:97, Your Honor, play further right from there.
All right.
When your wife was speaking, and at some point around the 11-minute mark, you said they gave us a story to tell. Remember hearing that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what that meant?
That they was really telling us to like, hey, put Doug in on this right here. You know what I mean? If you don't put him on that, you could be facing a lot of time and all type of shit like that. You know what I mean?
And who is they again? I know.
To that point.
Okay. And the other prosecutors and police?
It was just really just him. It was just really him I had made death with.
Okay.
And there was a few more officers that were just around, you know what I'm saying? We was in the hospital. I was in the hospital, you know what I mean? When shit happened. So it's like they pushed in and I was like, man, I'm the victim. I don't know what's going on. So
Yeah, that's what because
accident.
Right.
And that stopped at 4:39:97. Did you hear me ask you about the jail recording that's now marked as Mr. Williams number 205 around the 11-minute mark, me playing it for you earlier in Mr. Investigator Martin's car, and then asked you about it, about they gave us a story to tell. Did you hear that?
I don't remember.
And your response was that you were going to be in a lot of trouble but the police wanted Jeffrey Williams in it. And that conversation occurred on September 11th, 2013 at the hospital.
When the witness does not recall, the jury has recording, they can hear it, and I would object to Mr. Steele's narrated version.
I stand the question. He can't remember it, so.
Mr. Kokomo, where did we stop? It's 139.97. If you could continue.
In the car, they say we crashed. Yeah, careened it over a police car and into the side of the building. You were driving the car.
I was the driver. And he said, trying to say he was driving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
the police wanted you to say you had the vehicle. That's what you did.
myself was not in the vehicle with him.
Did he have anything to do with it?
Yeah, and then
And it stopped at 5:03:30, Your Honor. Do you remember saying that? Do you remember hearing just now that it was Detective Quinn? Did you hear that?
How are you planning on recall, sir?
Well, I was meeting with you in January
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
2023.
Mr. Steele testifying.
I sustain the objection.
We were meeting on January 22, 2023 at the Kroger. You remember that?
I don't remember, sir.
And January 22, 2023 is approximately 9 years and 4 months from September 11th, 2013. Is that an accurate calendar?
No, sir.
Do you remember any other detectives' names or police officers' names or prosecutors' names, anything from this event in September 2013, besides Detective Quinn?
No,
Your
sir.
Objection is to the form, he does not even say that he recalls the
I sustain
testimony.
the question.
It's on the recording.
I sustain the question, Mr. Steele.
All right, and then did you hear you saying again, Jeffrey Williams had nothing, or whatever you call him, young thug, had nothing to do with this horrible incident? Did you hear that?
I heard it, but I still don't recall, sir.
All right, let's continue, Mr. Kokomo. It's at 5:03:30, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
without that. Ain't no man, I'm 42 years old, can't no other man tell me what I know what to do. Can't no other man make no other man tell no other man what they need. Everybody wrong.
So why did you tell the police, because I'm reporting that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this armed robbery because the police told you to say that so you get out of trouble? Is that the reason?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you're also on another jail call, the one I'm going to send you.
That's the one I want to use. You know
I'm going to send it to you. But for when you say the reason you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever, you're going to tell us, that's because the same reason. It's just the police gave you something that the story tell you is going to say to everybody. Okay. All right. We're going to shut the recording. It's what you told us the truth because it's all I've ever asked you for.
That's it.
All right. Did anyone promise you anything, threaten you?
No, nobody promised me that.
And Jimmy and I have been straight. Investigator Martin and I have been straight with you always. Is that true? Right. And Investigator Charles Bill said,
I've been working hard trying to catch up with me. I work hard too. I just started working 2 jobs, so you know I'm a world working day and night. So
we appreciate you.
Certified flagger, certified supervisor. You know what I mean? And I was doing dishwasher at night, so you know what I mean. I'm real whoop to be going in 23 to be going through anything that got something to do with court or law or anything like that. I'm real whoop for that.
And just that it's going to come up. You did go to prison for 3 years, got intended to do 3.
Right.
But I know what you explained, but just explain again what truly happened. I know you took a break.
I don't even know.
It's at 6:46:52. Stop. 62. Stop. Sir, did you hear I'm recording Mr. Williams, number 197, discussion, and you explaining and agreeing that you included Jeffrey Williams in your crime to get out of trouble?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember me explaining that I wanted to play you another jail call and you were interested in hearing it, but I couldn't get it to play? Do you remember hearing that?
Covered that already, Mr. Steele. Let's move on to something else.
Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind, we're starting at 6:46:62, Your Honor.
When we went into court, me, Walter Murphy, and I think one day we come to court and we said, case dismissed, the victim had killed himself or something like that. So I'm like, you don't have a victim.
You know about your other case.
Oh,
Why you went to, yeah.
but that has something to do with my children. I ain't got that.
But your children.
Stopped at 7:04:96. Did you just hear that the victim had killed himself before your case and Mr. Murphy's case was concluded in prosecution? Did you hear that?
I heard it, but I still don't remember the conversation, sir.
And the victim talking about is Mr. Derek Dotson, God forbid, killed himself, is what you said. And then
I don't recall, sir.
there was no case. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if we can go back, it's 7:04:98, Your Honor.
I want to be fair to you. What happened with my kids was I had a Polaroid. We had a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old that was choked. One of them was punched in the stomach. It was my kid. And I went around there and handled with the guy in the car by myself. And I got caught up in it. And I explained to the judge what happened. The judge sentenced me to 10 years.
And you caught up with the person you talked that you jumped.
Yeah, I shot both of the guys that, in the mix.
And how old was
the one was 28 and the other one was 31. They were jumping on a 10 and 12-year-old about their basketball, which was my kid.
Right. So,
everything that went on, they happened with me and my kids. You know what I'm saying? They had nothing to do with all that.
and then last thing, and I'm sorry that you went through that and your children. All right.
Your Honor, it stopped at 7:54:95. Do you hear explaining your other case? May I approach 1 second, Your Honor?
Your Honor, for impeachment purposes, I'm going to object to the continued use of extrinsic details in an indictment. And I would ask that the defense not be allowed to use that document for that purpose.
So it's foundation.
Yes.
All right.
So already in evidence, and I'm not using it for impeachment. Just for the record, Mr. Bean, if you need to see this, what you just said, let me just get your mic.
Mr. Bean, did you hear you explaining a situation where you believe that your children were being assaulted and you shot two people? Did you hear that explanation?
I heard you playing something I still don't recall, sir.
Okay. And that would be, and you've already looked at this, but if you need to see it, it's in evidence. That would be your guilty plea under Alford on about October 15th, 2015, where you was sentenced for 2 counts of aggravated assault for shooting, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, possession of firearm during commission of a felony, if you need to see it. But that's the case you're talking about, right?
I don't recall, sir.
And then the other case, and if I didn't say that, Mr. Williams, number 199. Then the other case that I was asking you about,
Your Honor, I want to object to the continued, use, improper use of a document, extraneous document for the purpose of impeachment. These are asked and answered.
Yeah, I'm sustaining the objection, Mr. Stewart. It has been asked and answered a few times already.
okay. I'm returning this then to the court. Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could just refresh everyone's mind on where it is starting. 7:54:95, Your Honor.
YSL, are you ever part, if they're saying YSL is a criminal street gang, are you ever part of a criminal street gang, YSL? No, sir. Whatever happened, and I understand it was dismissed, but on September 11, 2013, as far as you're concerned, that had nothing to do with criminal street gang activity, YSL? No, sir. Okay. No, sir. I initiated that. Like I said, I don't got no tattoos, no name, no sign, nothing on my body. Nothing around me here. Mr. B, is it okay? I'm working man. Is it okay if I turn the tape off unless Brian has another question? I'm just going to announce the time. Okay, it is now 11:20 a.m. And we're going to, Brandon Kroger's will, is it your name? The Kroger, your name. Your, January 22nd, 2023.
Your Honor, may I have a minute? Now, Mr. Bean, more recently to today, you were subpoenaed by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to come testify. Is that accurate? Or the police or somebody with the authorities? Is that true?
I don't recall, sir.
And your wife was also subpoenaed. Is that accurate? And if it's not, just say, I don't know. Or
I don't know, sir.
all right. And you contacted me to say you've been subpoenaed. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
And I told you you need to come to court and tell the truth.
I think you contacted my lawyer and Ed Adams, and then Ed Adams tried to give me a call, but I didn't want to speak with you. I didn't even want to speak with nobody. I didn't want nobody to bother me, period.
You actually asked me if you could come to our office on a Friday. I said, if it's okay with your lawyer, and you didn't come. That was our last communication. True?
Let the truth be told. I told you straight up that I wasn't even coming to get on this stand and testify, period.
And I told you you need to come to court and follow lawful procedure, right?
We had no more conversations after that. I told you I wasn't coming. I even told Ms. Love I wasn't coming. I didn't want to do this. So.
Your Honor, I'm going to return these. They're not in order, but I was going to give them back to court, and I don't have any other questions.
All right, okay.
May I approach?
All right, any other cross? You got about a minute. All right, anybody else? Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bean. Great, Mr. Bean. You've heard a lot of questions on cross-examination regarding the interview that you said you don't recall from 2013, and from an interview with Brian Steele on January 22nd of 2023. Let me ask you this. Was Thug in the room with you when you made that recording that we heard with Detective Quinn?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with Thug while you spoke to a police detective?
No, ma'am, I don't recall.
Okay. So is it no ma'am? Or is it that you don't?
No, ma'am, I ain't never been in a room with no detective.
Okay. And do you know who Yak Gotti is?
No, ma'am.
All right. So have you ever been in a room with anyone by the name of Diamante Kendrick while speaking to a police detective?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with a person by the name of Quay or Marquavius Huey while speaking with a police detective?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Relevance? I'm overruled the objection.
Have you ever been in a room with a person, Quay or Marquavius Huey, while speaking with a police detective?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been in a room with Quay or Cormavius Nichols while speaking with a police detective?
I never been in a room with nobody, ma'am, with none of these guys.
All right. And so you say none of these guys. I got one more question, a couple more about that. Have you ever been in a room with Lil Rod or Redelius Ryan while speaking with a police detective?
No, ma'am.
What about SB or Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson? Have you ever been in a room with him while speaking with a police detective?
No, ma'am.
And when Brian Steele came up to talk to you, he told you he was Thug's lawyer. Is that right?
I don't remember, ma'am, the
Do
conversation.
you remember hearing yourself and him on that recording he played for you multiple times and him saying, "I'm Young Thug's lawyer"?
Yeah, I hear, but I still don't remember.
And Mr. Steele asked you a lot about what you said to Brian Steele and his investigator. Let me ask you this. When they asked you for permission to record, what were they using to record your conversation?
Objection, leading.
I overruled the objection.
What were they using to record your conversation?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether or not they started and stopped that recording while speaking to you?
Mr. Steele, you cannot comment. That is improper. Sir, sir, that is improper. That is improper. You're not examining this witness at this point in time. Sir, sir, please be quiet. Sit down. Sit down, sir. Do you have an objection, Mr.? I'm overruled the objection.
Mr. Bean, you may answer the question.
I don't even know the question.
Do you remember whether Mr. Steele or his investigators started that recorder during the course of you all's conversation?
No, I can't recall that.
Do you remember saying that they did to anyone within the DA's office?
Objection, leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you ever tell anyone within the DA's office that they did?
I don't remember.
And when Mr. Steele asked you about being in front of your house in a car with his investigator, were you, Mr. Steele and his investigator, the only people present when you made or did the interview with Mr. Steele and his investigator?
I don't remember.
Was your son there?
I don't remember.
Did you tell anyone with the DA's office that your son was there?
I don't remember.
And while you were speaking with Mr. Steele and his investigator, did Mr. Steele tell you what to say when you came in here today?
Mr. Steele, you've got, I'm sorry. Mr. Steele, you cannot comment, okay? I'm gonna overrule the objection. All right. And I'm gonna overrule Mr. Steele's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna check as it seems facts that are not in evidence.
I'm gonna overrule your objection. Anybody else? Okay.
I don't remember, ma'am.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that Mr. Steele told you what to say when you came to court?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Do you recall your son noting, they're telling you what to say, just say it.
I don't recall, man.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that that occurred?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell anyone with the district attorney's office that someone standing next to you told you to just go ahead and say what they're telling you to say?
No, ma'am.
And do you remember when Mr. Steele asked you on cross, do you remember explaining that they, meaning the detectives, tried to force Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug into it? Do you remember saying that? And you answered, I think that was something you said, right? Do you remember when that happened on cross-examination last week?
No, I don't remember. I've been asked 1,000,001 questions. I don't remember.
Fair enough. When you were asked and you played this recording by Mr. Steele during cross-examination, was it you or was it Mr. Steele who said, did you tell the police, it is on recording, that Jeffrey Williams was involved in an armed robbery because the police told you to say that so you would get out of trouble? Is that the reason? Was that you or Mr. Steele saying those words?
Objection, Your Honor, compound question.
All of those words
I'll
together.
sustain the objection, Mr. Fulton, just break it.
Was it you or Mr. Steele saying the words, it is on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in an armed robbery because the police told you to say that?
I don't remember.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, would you please pull up the interview between Mr. Steele and Mr. Bean at 5 minutes and 15 seconds, please. On defense exhibit 197, for the record.
At what time?
5 minutes and 15 seconds.
All right.
So why did you tell the police it's on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the...
Mr. Bean, is that your voice we're hearing right there?
I mean, y'all playing it, but I don't remember the conversation.
Do you know your voice when you hear it?
I'm hearing stuff, but I don't remember the conversation.
Well, I don't want you to remember the conversation. I'm asking you about the voice you just heard. Is that yours or Mr. Steele's?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm overrule the objection.
What part?
Would you please play at 5:15 again, please?
Did you tell the police it's on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this armed robbery because the police told you to say that?
Is that your voice or is that Mr. Steele's?
That's not me.
That's not you.
No, ma'am.
Is that Mr. Steele's voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't have no video recorders. None that y'all have that he got. I don't have none of that y'all done brought back from all these years, and I don't remember.
Would you please continue to play?
So you get out of trouble. Is that the reason? Yeah. Okay. Now you're also on it.
All right. And was that voice that we just heard, so you would get out of trouble, is that the reason? Was that you or was that Mr. Steele?
That ain't my voice.
Was that Mr. Steele's voice?
We listening to it.
All right. Continue, please, Mr. Kokomo.
I'll call the one I'm going to send you. That's the one I want to hear. I'm going to send it to you. But for when you say the reason that you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever, you're going to tell us that's because the same reason. Just the police gave you something, the story tell you, you're just going to say it to everybody. Okay.
Was those words that we just heard the reason you would have a jail call with your wife and a friend of yours or whoever you're going to tell us? Were those words spoken by you or Mr. Steele?
Them ain't my words.
Was that Mr. Steele's voice then?
It still was. I ain't talking.
All right. And when the speaker says, is that for the same reason? Is it just because the police gave you a story to tell and you were going to say it to everybody? Were those your words out of your mouth? Did you say that or did Mr. Steele say that?
I heard it.
Would you please rewind about 15 seconds?
Just gave you something in the story to tell you was going to say.
Whose voice is that? Yours or Mr. Steele?
Well, his voice, but I don't really recall the conversation that we
Fair
had.
enough, but that wasn't your voice?
That ain't my voice.
Okay. Now, you've heard the recording that Mr. Steele played for you. Do you know how many recordings Mr. Steele made of during his conversations?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he made more than one?
Objection as soon as facts known in evidence.
It's an open-ended question.
I'll rule the objection.
I don't remember.
And throughout the recording that we just heard, did you ever say all of those words that we just heard Mr. Steele say?
Objection, Your Honor, it's an ambiguous question.
That's the same question.
Throughout the recording that we just heard, did you tell the police it is on recording that Jeffrey Williams was involved in the armed robbery because the police told you to say that so you would get out of trouble? Did you ever say that or something similar? Were those your words?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Did that ever happen? Did you ever do something like that?
Objection, Your Honor, ambiguous question.
Did you ever put someone involved in a crime that wasn't involved to get yourself out of trouble?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Mr. Steele also asked you about the portion of the recording that he played when you were talking about, after Mr. Steele asked you the question, I played your recording a while ago. I promise I'll email you the second one. Did he ever in that recording indicate that he was trying to play for you a second one?
I don't remember the conversation, full conversation with Steve.
Ms. Love, before you pause another question, I think it might be appropriate to stop at this point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch? All right. I'm going to recess us until about 3:10, and then we'll come back and see where the afternoon leads us at that point, okay? All right. Mr. Bean, we'll see you at 3:10, okay?
3:10, y'all.
All right. All right. So you can. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Our jury has left us. We'll come back at 10 after 3 and see where that goes at that point, okay? All right, we're in recess. Say it again, I'm sorry, Mr. Harvey. What motion? I don't think we scheduled that for today, sir. I understand. Okay, that's fine. Just remind me. All right, we're in recess. All right, Deputy Ham, are all our jurors present, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. What about our participants, sir?
Yes, sir. Everybody present.
Okay, Mr. Harvey? How about you come up a little bit to the, or at least if you want to use the microphone so I can hear you? Either one is fine, sir.
Is this, can you hear me now? Get Verizon, can you hear me now? No, Judge, I wanted to renew my motion for severance on behalf of Mr. Nichols for the continuing prejudicial spillover that has been ongoing, number one. Number two, that I believe has segued into personal attacks between opposing counsel, which I think has threatened a fair trial for Mr. Nichols. I think that the current cross-examination suggesting that counsel is putting facts before the jury that don't have any foundation, or to confuse them, or through an investigator that aren't exactly facts that are and can be established as prosecutorial misconduct. I'd refer to specifically, for example, with those examples, with regard to confusing the jury, with regard to someone's investigator, United States versus Rios, R-I-O-S, 611 Fed 2nd, 1335. At 1342, that's a 10th Circuit case from 1979. I am not talking about the quantum of proof. I am for the spillover effect, but the nature of the attacks on co-counsel and lack of any connection of any of this evidence for the last, how many days has Mr. Bean been on the stand? How many trial days? None of which has any specific connection to Mr. Nichols whatsoever. So based upon what I believe is now personal attacks between lawyers and nothing to do with Mr. Nichols, the spillover effect has now reached a point where I believe we are entitled to a severance and or my favorite and your favorite, the 105 instruction.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hilton.
It will be me, Your Honor. Judge, this information, the evidence that is being presented through this witness is one of the overt acts listed in the indictment. It is a part of count one with which Mr. Harvey's client is charged in this indictment. I'm not certain when he speaks as to personal matters regarding attorneys. I'm not certain what it is that he refers to when he speaks of that, but there's nothing that I have asked that we do not have a good faith basis for asking. I have not made any personal attacks or innuendo regarding anyone. I've simply placed questions upon this witness for which I have a good faith basis for asking. And so I would ask that the court, based on the fact that this information is one of the overt acts that are alleged as a part of count one, and based on the fact that Mr. Nichols is charged in count one, we would ask that the court deny Mr. Harvey's motion for an instruction and deny his motion for a severance.
All right. Mr. Harvey, I'm going to use to include the case you just cited, as well as the other cases that have been offered for this particular proposition in the past. I'm going to deny your motion for severance at this point in time, and I'll deny your 105 request for instruction. I'll give you a continuing objection, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, additionally, the state's next intent is to play a single jail call. It is a 15-minute call, and we have transcripts that I would like to use with the jury that I will pass a copy of to the defense and to the jury and to the court with the court's permission. And I would ask that the court give the jury an instruction that the transcript is not evidence and that only the audio that they hear is evidence.
Do you have the proposed instruction? Because
Yes,
you
Judge.
didn't tell me what,
I do actually.
because I would have brought it down,
I have a copy of it.
of the instruction.
Yes, it's
Okay.
actually a, yes,
All right,
I'll send it to the court.
just send it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Steele. First, since Mr. Sharp got up before you did, let me acknowledge him because he's always kind of, sensitive about that issue. So, okay, all right. So go ahead, sir.
So I object to the use of the transcript of the jury for two reasons. First of all, at least to my knowledge, they haven't been shared with the defense. We have not compared the transcripts to the actual jail call, so I cannot speak to their accuracy, but I have my doubts. But additionally, Your Honor, the jury should not be relying on the words created or the words according to the state in evaluating this evidence. They should be listening with their own ears. They are all able to do that, and the state is wanting to hand over a document for them to read and then ask you to give them the instruction that they are to rely on their own ears. Let's just have them rely on their own ears. That makes no sense to me. I don't see the point of the transcript, and I certainly would object to the use of the transcript that I do not know is an accurate representation of the state.
All right. Mr. Steele, do you wish to add on to that, or do you have another separate issue?
It's not the separate, it's similar. I would need probably 35 minutes to review the recording, I don't know which recording, and then the transcript, post-transcript.
Has the jail call been, has it been disclosed in discovery?
The jail call they have, and I believe that it's already been played as a part of Mr. Steele's playing of the recording of the interview with Detective Quinn. And I just sent to the court, and I'll give to the counsels for defendants the transcript copy.
All right. How about if I just let if it's already been played as part of another exhibit, why don't I just let them hear the exhibit itself?
Your Honor, because I believe that the use of the transcript would be helpful to the jury because as the court has heard, the audio on the jail call is a little bit difficult. Here's the instruction. To discern if they hear something different, I would ask that the court simply instruct the jury that anything different that they hear, they should listen to and rely on the call itself and not the transcript. It is only to be used as an aid. And specifically, the requested instruction is the state is going to play a jail call, the actual audio that you hear with your ears is evidence. They are handing out a transcript that was taken down as a guide. But what you hear with your ears is the actual evidence in this matter. You can use that transcript as a guide to help you listen if you choose to do so.
Okay. All right, I've got one or two issues I can resolve. Had the defendants gotten a transcript prior to dismissal?
So, I don't think so, Your Honor, but
Okay.
I don't want to say certainly.
That's the issue. And I got this jury in a box, and I'm kind of, at this point in time, I like them. If you want to play the evidence, that's fine, because I think that you probably, if it's part and parcel of something that's already been admitted, we'll just listen to it. I think they're well within their rights as an ask to take a look at the transcript and listen to it. But we've almost burned the rest of the day. We'll burn the rest of the day doing that. And I am sure that you'd like to finish, Mr. Bean.
I would. So, Your Honor, we don't have to use the transcript. I'll just.
I mean, that's just the courts, because I would have to let them listen to at least, I mean, if you told me, hey, I gave them the transcript 3 days ago and they've had an opportunity to take a look at it, that'd be one thing. Okay.
I won't use the transcript of this witness.
Oh, all right. Any further objections, Mr. Charter, Mr. Steele? All right. Okay. All right. Let's bring Mr. Bean in, please. All right, sir. All right, Deputy Ham, summon the jurors, please, sir. All right, thank you, Deputy Ham. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Love, you may continue now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. B, you were asked on cross-examination about the interview with Detective Quinn in 2013. And during that time, could you hear? Sure. Mr. Bean, you were asked during cross-examination about the interview that was played between you and Detective Quinn from 2013. And during that recording, there was another recording of a jail call heard within it. You heard that jail call, right? On the recording.
I heard him play a lot of stuff, but I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state tender State's Exhibit 175 Charlie Alpha as evidence.
All right, any objection to 175 Charlie Alpha?
And so that it is clear, it is a call from the Fulton County Jail that has been provided in discovery, and the file name is 10.95.03C3 Frank 2710260E as in echo.
Any objection or any further objection? All right, hearing none, State's 175 Charlie Alpha is admitted and may be called as you see fit.
Thank you. Mr. Bean, I'm going to play a recording at this time.
accept this free call, press. Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2. We thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
What up, man? So,
How you feeling?
man. Bunch of bullshit.
Oh, yeah, no, man. It's great, man.
Ain't nothing but the Lord. Everything else for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, we out there motherfucker though, man.
Oh, yeah. I ain't do shit. Yo, what the neighbors say?
Without.
Bro, in the high level.
No. I don't know, man. I got Adrian. We came home. I'm sure the police came over here. They came over here about 8 o'clock. Yeah, they did. So this lady came to the house.
Real quick, so I can tell them real quick.
Go.
Bro,
I do this shit. I ain't know I know.
go to the contact. Look at your phone and hit contact. And then just scroll down to the name and dial it. Oh, shit. All this damn legs and shit. Goddamn 12 just went to shooting through the car. Hello? Hello? Sleep. Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look through phone. You see a topic. Same time. Hold on. Hear me?
Don't click up till you pick up, all right? When you dial, don't let them answer the phone before you click back over.
I don't like using that shit, man. I ain't got time for this shit. We ain't know. Hold on.
Hey, it's a free call. I'm downstairs. I ain't even made it around the corner yet. When I get one going, I ain't gonna be able to make no three-way call.
You hear me?
What?
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
What?
When I hear ask how to use the phone, what I'm supposed to do?
What you mean?
When I press add call and mute the phone, it automatically mute my phone.
What you mean add call? You supposed to hit call.
Yeah, let's go to contact first. What's going on? I'm in there. So hit Brolo first.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got minutes on the phone. Bro, what's up, man? What to do, Brody?
Right.
Hell yeah, man.
I just talked to a nigga store, bro.
What they talking about?
Shit.
Man, don't hide that nigga, man. Them nigga down there got a nigga killed, boy.
Fuck you talking about, man? I seen that shit.
Little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga.
Yeah, he said it.
For no reason, boy. He shooting for no
Yeah,
reason,
yeah.
though.
That's why they started shooting that dog.
Man, that nigga just start busting for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, what? Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thor got there. We get out the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have fought Thug there.
Wow.
For a reason, though, man. They got to get the shit off his back anyway.
For sure, bro. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man.
Nah. Everything for a reason, though, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same
What they got?
did. Sitting around, goddamn, last night, goddamn, talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never goddamn do it like this. I never do this, man. Okay, no shit.
What they got you charged with, bro?
Shit, but little punk ass little driving license, spin license, a little charge, goddamn, the aggravated assault. I ain't charged none of that shit today. I could have gave him AC9 and been at home child, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought you did. Don't tell me,
I
man.
know that I was a victim, man. I had to take out robbed, man, and they was shooting at me, and I was running for my life.
For sure. That was something they called goddamn. I ain't see DK them pull out on that boy. All they knew was Red doing that nigga Red was trying to rob y'all.
Yeah, that's what they said, too.
For sure. They just did let that nigga out though.
Around, man.
They said let that nigga go, bro.
Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I wasn't too far from him.
Nah.
He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti. For Cleveland E, goddamn, up through the top of that, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartment, goddamn, go down there and chill with Big Nick, you know. But shit, no, goddamn, come out of nowhere, but around me clean over.
Oh, goddamn, they were thug ones.
Big Nick out.
Yeah. I need you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smack ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man.
You alright, though, bro?
Big ass all on the back of my head.
That nigga escaped, bring the police back to the spot, bro.
He did.
Yeah. Perfect. Hey, went up there trying to get the fucking car.
Yeah, what they call him? Bring him to the person who he lent the car to.
Nah, he's my goddamn. I've been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit.
Them poor car fucked up.
Yeah.
You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker.
Fuck you, my nigga. That shit, man. That shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that bitch off news all day long.
I'm on the news?
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything?
Nah, I'm just showing you get the police on.
Oh, shit, man. I made the news.
That shit everywhere, man.
do shit with nigga like that anyway, so. What's up, man? No, that was no man. What's this thing, man?
Babe, I can't even think about this. I don't be thinking about all that like just told, babe. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real.
Fuck man, fuck over these niggas, man.
You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You feel okay?
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go on and get it. I said the same thing. Man, when you see it, you gotta go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken shop right up by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them being, I turn around, I don't follow them nigga. I follow them nigga all up at them on some of them. So, okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga done hopped out the car, man, when it started busting. Wow. 12 got them bag. I turn around, bag up. Niggas about that time now trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run slinging through the goddamn gate, through Somerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about, really come straight clean through the window, boy, down the light. Like I had to went through my head, boy. I got my head that came out my face, boy. Really come clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot big club, man.
Police shot.
12 shit, big club, DK had to shoot that nigga. I called 2-3 shots when I was with the go. And we were jumping them hills and shit. I was like, damn, boy. After beat the ground, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head to shoot me, boy, because some nigga, man, that nigga thought they got down Big Fred, the car, the police shot, they was still shooting. Nah, that nigga probably shot Big Cook. Him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap. My 22 at home, man, my AR in the trunk. You get that $150 out the cup holder, bro. You got that $150 out my cup holder. No, so he had $150 to go buy the lane. Nah, man. Well, no money in the cup holder, bro. Oh, my motherfucking money. Yeah, he said he had the money to go buy the lane. Nah, I think I had number $50, $40. He didn't have that because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. But he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck got them come off 100. I told him, hell no, nah. And he got them go 50, you go 50. Nah, Buck told me you're on 50. No, they gave me that. I had a 50 of my own money. I had $350. They got $340, $5. I got to let Bay come down here and go to Providence and get that shit. Come down here and sign a piece of paper. I got to fill out a property release form or a waiver form so she can go down there and get them little $350. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And they gonna be that. I don't think I just gotta do is just try to make sure this lame don't even come to court with dad, goddamn, because they talking about the old man and that old boy. So yeah, for sure, I'm gonna take care of that too, boy. I'm gonna talk to these folks. We calm, cool with it. Yeah, we're gonna try to keep his ass out of there, though. I can't get nothing but some probation, man. I ain't got no probation, no record, no none of that shit, man. You know what I mean? I don't shoot, folks. Yeah, we trying to get your ass out, man. So they get a bond, man. I don't rob, I don't do none of that shit. So you know what I mean? I don't have none of that shit on my rock. So I'm good, man. I'm just talking to the club, man. The club ready, man. Who we? Mm-hmm. Where y'all live? Yeah, I know.
Hey. He came over courthouse and talked to me yesterday.
What'd he say?
Shit. He ain't say shit.
He got today, goddamn.
You know how cool, you know, he get sad, he get his little moment.
Man, you just trying to think about what he done did and all that.
Yeah.
But I ain't did shit, though. He know I got something going on. He got something getting. I got something going on.
For sure, man.
He like to get his money back.
Shit crazy, that money, mate.
Well, you still got 1 minute.
Nah, I ain't saying shit, man.
You said it, man. What you want me to do about them in the car note in the rent, bro? Huh? What you want me to do about fill out with the car notes in the rent? Shit, that's what I was saying. I got these little $345. I'm not just gonna pay that rent. Car note gonna be goddamn couple of more days. What do we got? How long we got on the car note? About 10 days? Yeah, bro. Huh? You want me to pay the rent first? Yeah, I gotta get that rent. That's what I'm working on this time, that rent. Hey, what's up? I got that. Don't worry about it. We take care of that. I just need like $6. I got $345 downtown, man. They ain't for money. You know, I got the rest of the money you gave me in that Ziploc bag and shit. So I'm gonna get the rest of that money.
Your Honor, the recording has stopped. And, Your Honor.
Sure. All right, madam, what is it you're gonna tell me?
Your Honor, and that was all that I was going to have for this witness. That's all that I have.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, do you have an examination? You got up, you didn't say anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, well, come on up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bean, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay. You have heard in court a recording played to you of Detective Quinn and yourself giving an interview on September 17th of 2013, correct? You've heard that in court.
Which one, Mr. Sharp? You need to identify it by.
Williams 175.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Heard a lot of stuff being played, sir.
Okay, but you heard a tape with you yourself and Detective Quinn speaking, correct?
Yeah, I heard it. I still don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask you to recall the words that were said. In that interview with Detective Quinn, you were wearing a navy blue jumpsuit issued by the Fulton County Jail, correct?
I don't remember what I was wearing at the time.
Okay. Detective Quinn picked you up at the jail, correct?
I don't remember.
At the jail, you wear Fulton County issued navy blue jumpsuits, correct?
I think they give you some clothes or whatever. I don't remember what I was wearing at the time.
And you wanted to get that navy blue jumpsuit off of your body, correct?
I don't remember.
You wanted out of jail, correct?
I don't remember.
Now, you've been asked who subpoenaed you to testify in court, and you've indicated that you don't remember, correct?
I don't know who subpoenaed me.
Do you really not know? Is that the truth? You really don't know?
I mean, state.
Okay, so, all right, so your understanding is the state subpoenaed you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there, the state is the side that called you and told you when to come to court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state is the side that when you're done testifying, you've walked out with a representative of the state, correct?
I don't know what that means.
When you leave the
You
courtroom,
saying something.
when you leave the courtroom with a young lady walking next to you, she works for the state, correct?
The officer?
Do you not, sir?
The officers that's already in the courtroom, when I walk out of the courtroom, I'm going about my business.
Okay.
I don't got nobody with me.
Fair enough. When you were testifying on Friday, March 4th, you testified that someone threatened to lock you up if you didn't come to court.
I had answered that question though.
Okay, well, I want to ask you that question. I want to ask you a follow-up question. So, who threatened you?
I had answered that already. Then nobody threatened me. It's just a subpoena that went out like I answered that question.
So,
and
no
if you don't answer to that subpoena, then I guess
So
whatever want will go out and then whatever.
So
However it work, I don't know how it work.
Okay, so your testimony today is no one has threatened.
Ain't no threat. I swear that it was Mr. Steele that they would not answer the question when he asked.
So when you testified on March 4th that someone threatened you if you didn't come to court, that was a lie.
I told him the threats that was coming through from my phone by them putting my number out there to the public. And why was my number being exploited to the public, such as my face and everything else, like these folks over here on this side over here, you can't see them, but you can see me, and all my business get put out on the street and information. You just might as well just give my address.
Okay, but I understand what you're saying, but that's very different than someone threatening you if you didn't come to
I
court.
cleared the threats up that same day, right then and there, through my testimony. And nobody threatened me to do nothing.
I want to talk to you about some other things that you've testified about over the last couple of weeks. On February 29th, when District Attorney Love was asking you questions, you answered that you can't remember any events that happened in the year of 2013. That was a lie, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You've testified that you cannot remember at all being arrested on September 11th, 2013. That is a lie.
If you say so.
Okay. You testified. I'm cross-examining.
Yeah, but you can't testify. You need to rephrase.
Okay. You've testified that you do not remember going to Grady Hospital on the evening of September 11th, 2013. That is not the truth, is it?
My testimony, I don't remember that from 2013, sir.
Okay. You testified yesterday that, how many times you been to jail?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the relevance regarding how many times.
You testified yesterday that you did not realize that jail calls are recorded. That was a lie, correct?
I don't recall.
In your testimony on March
First, to Mr. Steele, you testified that you could not remember meeting with Detective Quinn on September 17, 2013. That was a lie, correct?
I don't remember that in 2013.
You testified on March 4th to Mr. Steele that you could not remember the conversation that Mr. Steele or you and Mr. Steele had at the Kroger on January 22nd, 2023. Your testimony that you did not remember that meeting was a lie,
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to object to this continued
Basis.
characterization of the witness's lying and using the lie. He is badgering the witness.
I'm not badgering the
As to
witness.
The form of the question.
I sustain this as a form of question.
That was-
You are badgering him, so.
That was not the truth, was it?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. On February 29th, in response to a question from District Attorney Love, you indicated that you did not recall if you knew a man named Frederick Prothro or Big Fred. That was not the truth, was it?
I don't recall, sir.
When Mr. Steele asked you if you had ever been charged with a crime with Mr. Prothro before, you indicated that you had not. That was not the truth, was it, sir?
As to the one relevance to, it's been asked and answered, and three badgers.
It goes to his credibility, Your Honor.
I
I'm crossing
sustain the
him.
objection. It's been asked and answered.
Okay. What your answer was that the truth or a lie?
Objection, same objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Are you disputing the authenticity of the indictment in evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the form of the question, and that is an improper question.
I sustain the question.
Mr. Bean, is the indictment in evidence that shows your name and Mr. Prothro's
Objection,
name?
Your Honor, that's been asked, answered, and it is.
Has not been asked. I haven't finished my. The state is standing
Wait a
behind.
second, let me just finish your question, and I'll make a ruling at that point in time. Ask your entirety of the question.
The document in evidence, the indictment, with your name and Mr. Prothro's name on it as charged individuals, is that some sort of forged document?
Objection, Your Honor. He has no foundation.
I'm asking him a question.
It's not relevant, Your Honor.
It's not relevant. I'll sustain it.
His credibility is very relevant.
I
Your
sustain
Honor.
the objection. I'll move on.
All right. Let's go back to 2000. Or let me ask you this. When Mr. Steele asked you what you meant when you said you were asking for some slack from Detective Quinn, you said you can't recall. That was a lie.
Objection, Your Honor, same thing.
It's
As
asked
been
and
asked and
answered.
answered.
I sustain the objection.
Let's go back to 2013, okay? I'm moving from 2024 to 2013, Mr. Bean. You would agree on September 11th of 2013 and in leading into the interview with Detective Quinn on September 17th of that same year, you found yourself involved and locked up behind this incident we've learned about over the last couple weeks, correct?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. That incident that we've been speaking about over the last couple weeks involved an alleged armed robbery, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And the driver of the car would have been the driver of an alleged armed robbery or of a car involved in the alleged armed robbery, correct?
Your Honor, I object to these questions. They've been asked and
I
answered.
sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I am not asking the same questions that anyone else has asked.
You have, some substance they have.
Well-
asked and answered. Okay, so move along. Something.
Okay. You were aware that the driver of this car was alleged to have driven towards a police officer, correct?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And you were aware that the driver of this car was alleged to have drove through someone's yard, running over tricycles.
I'll allow it. I'm gonna allow it. Go ahead.
A lot of questions been asked, a lot of stuff been played. I don't recall.
Okay. And you're aware that this car that was driven allegedly nearly landed on some officers in the parking lot of the laundromat?
That's been asked and answered.
Now, I believe today you have acknowledged you do know someone named Frederick Prothero, correct?
No, sir.
Do you know someone named Big Fred?
Y'all will show me documents, paperwork, or whatever. I'm gonna call it.
Okay. You would agree that on the tapes that have been played, it indicates that a Big Fred had just been released from jail.
I don't recall. I agree to disagree to that.
Okay. And these tapes also indicated that Big Fred was a friend of yours.
I don't recall, sir.
Isn't it true that upon realizing that the driver of this car would be in big trouble, you made your good friend who had just been released from jail be the driver of that car when you first talked to the police? Isn't that true?
I'll stay in this form. You can break it down, Mr. Sharp.
You're not going to recall, are you?
Objection, badly.
I sustain the objection.
You also told your wife over the jail calls that Big Fred was driving this car. Isn't that true? You lied to your wife about this.
I don't recall, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. One that states mischaracterizes evidence. So
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You also told your wife and your brother-in-law on the jail call that you were the victim of the armed robbery, that Derek Dotson was robbing you. Isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm gonna overrule that objection.
Isn't that true?
What'd you say again?
You told your wife and your brother-in-law that Derek Dotson was trying to rob you, that you were the victim.
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Back in 2013 and before that, beyond Big Fred and your wife, you would actually tell police when you got arrested that you were Avery, and I can't make out the last name, but
Improper impeachment. Objection.
I sustain the question. I sustain.
Did you give your very own cousin's name when you were arrested, sir?
I sustain the objection.
The truth is, sir, you've told lies. How old are you?
Objection, Your Honor. Badgering.
I sustain the objection.
How old are you?
Your Honor, so I'd ask that that be stricken.
I sustain the objection, Mr. Sharp. Move along.
How old are you, sir?
That has been asked and answered.
Move along, sir. It's an improper question. You know it.
His age?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking how old he is.
All right, we'll see where this goes. How old are you, sir?
44.
As a 44-year-old, you've sat here in 2024 and you've told many lies in court over the past few weeks, haven't you?
I sustain the question. Got anything else?
Yes, I do. As a 34-year-old, back in 2013, you told many lies about this incident, didn't you?
I don't recall, sir.
You've testified for 6 days, isn't that correct? Over the last 2.5 weeks.
I don't even remember how long I've been up here.
You have completely wasted the time of these
I
jurors.
sustain, hey, Mr. Sharp, stop. I'm gonna sustain the questions to form.
I have no further questions.
All right. Anyone else?
Mr. Bean, good afternoon, sir. Mr. Bean, when the court tells you when to be back in court, you know when to come back to court, correct?
Yeah.
When the court asks you what day to come back to court and what time to come back to court, you know when to appear to court, correct?
Not all the time.
Okay. You know how to get to your,
Sometime I have to call somebody to see when I gotta go to court.
you know how to get to your home, correct?
I know how to get home.
You remember how to get to your house, right?
I know where I live at.
You remember how to get to the courthouse, right?
I know where the courthouse.
You remember what courtroom to come into, correct?
I was brought here.
You remember how to get to the witness stand, correct?
I walked.
So there's certain things you remember, and then there are other things you don't remember, correct?
I mean, the stuff you just asked was simple.
That's simple.
Do I know how to get home? Do I know where the courtroom at? Do I know how to walk, get up on the stand?
Asking, do you recognize your voice on a tape recording? Would you consider that to be simple?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether or not your voice, hearing your voice is simple?
And out of 11 or 12 years ago, man, I can't tell you what done been documented, what done been accessed, what done been played with. I don't recall none of it.
So it's your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of
I don't
this
recall
jury.
none of it.
So it's your
Out of
testimony.
10, 11 years, I don't recall none of it.
So it's your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you don't remember your own voice when you hear it on a recording.
I don't recall, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, you don't know your voice whenever you hear it on a recording.
I hear y'all playing stuff, but I don't remember.
The truth is you remember what you want to remember, right?
So you say?
And you conveniently don't remember what you don't want to remember, correct?
So you say?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking a question.
I mean, you're saying stuff. That's not what I said.
You agree with me, right?
I don't agree.
You don't disagree with me, correct?
I don't agree.
So what I'm saying is correct, right?
I don't even know what you're saying, really.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I stand objection. Anyone else? All right, may Mr. Bean be permanently temporarily excused the witness? Mr. Bean, I'm going to permanently excuse your witness. That means you're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Can I see the state and maybe a representative up here, please? So given that look, after hundreds of jury trials and thousands of proceedings, I think it might be a good stopping point for today. I don't see anybody severely like, oh no. Okay, so we'll go ahead. I didn't ask you, I'm asking them. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached a natural stopping point. We appreciate your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us, as I told you. We're gonna go ahead and recess for today. And let me just go ahead and take a look at tomorrow's calendar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier, come for 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. So that's tomorrow, that's Wednesday, okay? Thursday, the 21st. We will have an administrative day, okay? That's Thursday, the 21st, okay? Friday, the 22nd, if I can have you all come for 12:30, and then we'll work from 1 to about 5 or thereabouts, okay? All right, that's the next couple, 3 days. All right, what are your questions of me, if any? I know there's always somebody. All right, yes, ma'am. What can I answer for you?
For the 20th, one of the jurors had a doctor's appointment.
I can't do anything about that at this point. It's the best I can do at this point. Remember, I told you all, make your appointments on the days I tell you that we're not going to be here in court.
You had already spoke to me about it.
No, I think we got a note from you. That's all I got. Miss Umana gave me a note, and I got it like yesterday.
You spoke to me about it. I want to say it was probably maybe a week or two ago, and you told us. But what time you said we go kill out this now? What time you said? 12:30. I'll make it happen.
12:30 tomorrow. That's because we're going to start at 1 o'clock, okay?
All right.
All right. We're going to go to about 5. And then the 21st, we will not be here. We have administrative day. And the 22nd, I'll ask you to come at 12:30. And we'll start up at 1 and we'll go sometime in the afternoon. All right, that's this week. All right. Other than Madam, anybody else? You good? Madam, yes. I would not tell on yourself that way.
Can you please, diction on the recording is very, very complicated.
Let me do this. Let me see if I can work on, if you like, I can maybe get you some headphones. I do believe, Ham, do we have a jack back there for hearing? No. It'll be on the side or it'll be on the back. It's a hearing assist jack.
I don't see one, Judge. I'll check before we leave out. But I don't think so.
I have one in another courtroom. What's that?
That's the what's the name? The rechargeable battery thing.
No. We have no, we usually have them in most jury boxes. All right, but Madam, I'll work on it. I'll see what I can do. Okay, and I'll remind counsel that they need to speak. Is it just that they don't enunciate into the microphone? Yeah, that depends upon the quality of and other factors, and they now know that it's a little bit of an issue. Okay, all right. Anything else? Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through your ad nauseum admonitions. Remember, don't discuss anything that you have heard or otherwise been presented in the four walls of this courtroom. You cannot start to recap the case or to handicap the case or to ask each other what you think about what you've heard thus far. Remember that I haven't given you any instructions on how you're to consider this case, and it will be a violation if you were to do so before I tell you to do so, okay? And if anybody should try and talk with you about this case in your presence or hearing, of course, you need to let myself, Deputy Ham, or Deputy, or I should say Sergeant Ingram, know immediately. Don't go by and visit any of the scenes that you may have heard about. Certainly don't listen to anything that you may have heard on any social media sites, any blogs, any posts. And please don't let anybody, you don't talk to anybody about what you have otherwise considered so far. And then, ladies and gentlemen, leave your notepads in the basket as you leave, and you can pick them up tomorrow morning. And then the last thing is, and I've told you all, I'll continue to tell you, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your attentiveness during this particular process, and the attention and patience that you'll continue to give us throughout the consideration of this matter. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have anything else of me, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, what time? 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. And we'll work on the sound. Okay? All right. Unless you have anything else, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bid you good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? All right, all rise. Let's do, I'll get Aaron to do that. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, let me kind of just talk with you a little bit about a couple of things. One of them is this, the sound. Just a couple of things. Make sure you speak in the microphones as much as you can. We've had a couple of inquiries about that. As for our juror that just asked me about that sound, we can probably accommodate her by a listening device that runs right into the sound system. So I'll ask our tech folks to go ahead and do that and see if we can't resolve that particular issue. All right, as for, you should have an envelope in front of you. It is marked confidential. It has some material inside that may be appropriate for the particular witness that we just examined and some of the issues thereof. It is marked confidential. You need to sign for the document that is inside the envelope. It will be sealed and made part of the record, but it is not in any way to be disclosed to any third parties. If you could finish when you sign the particular saying you received the document, please give those to Miss Love. All right. Okay. In terms of anything else, do you all have anything else of me?
Judge, we'd like to approach with a member of the defense that, of course.
All right. Anybody else have any other issue that they like to take up with me at this point in time?
Just what we discussed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I apologize. Okay. Can we have our witness come in to begin with? All right, retired Detective Quinn, you don't need to go any further. I'm going to be the guy. I'm not even going to let you get. I'm not going to let you even get that far. But sir, and we appreciate you coming with us. We just didn't get you today. Are you okay with coming back tomorrow for 12:30? But I just want to let you know that we would acknowledge you coming down here and making the effort. Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30. All right. Yes, sir. All right. Be well. Okay, was there anything else I need to take up with you all in terms of other than the bench conference, Miss Love?
No, Your Honor, nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Does it need to be taken out? I mean, taken out so the rest of the folks can hear it?
No, it doesn't. I just need a member of the.
Okay, all right. Mr. Short, anything else? Mr. Botts, you stood up, anything? I'm just glad that your telephone is not ringing anymore. People, your friends have helped you. I really appreciate that. All right. All right, and don't talk to Mr. Matthews about a flip phone, okay? Under no circumstances. All right, okay, all right. Folks, unless you have anything else, I will see you tomorrow at 12:30 for 1 o'clock start time. And then I'll speak to the folks in the, at the bench. If you please turn in your listening devices. We'll be in recess until tomorrow. Christina, here you go.